Chapter 353. This night was destined to be special for many people. Just as Soren was actively preparing to deal with the pirate king Eshrod, a secret meeting was also held in Clear Spring Town, 150 kilometers north of Whiterun City. This was a rather remote town. Because it was close to Whiterun City, it was slightly affected by the ancient red dragon. However, people only knew that there was a red dragon near Whiterun City, but they didn't know that it was a terrible ancient red dragon. In this dark secret room, the five figures covered in cloaks sat down together. They looked at each other and then nodded gently. Let's begin. The first to speak was a woman, a very beautiful woman. This woman had a delicate face, but from her forehead to her chin, there was a shocking scar. The blood-red scar seemed to be a mark, making it so unforgettable at first glance. The beautiful woman tapped the table gently, then turned her gaze to the others and said slowly, "Since we are all here, then let's discuss how to deal with Reinhardt. I don't know how he got the Hellpemer, but now even the chief priest was defeated by him. The elites in the Church of Fear have been wiped out, and it won't be long before they fall into his control." The atmosphere gradually stiffened. The others present looked at each other and seemed to be silent at this moment. That's right. They were all children of fear. Since the vampires and even Reinhardt became gods with the vampire ghost godhood, the other sons of fear felt uneasy. This made them, who should have been hunting each other, unite in order to survive. The five people present got some connections by chance, and then there was the current roundtable meeting to discuss how to deal with the vampire god. What should we do now? The one who spoke was a rather strong man, who seemed to be a barbarian, with extremely exaggerated muscles and a powerful body. He tapped the table gently and said in a deep voice, "Are we all going to sit and wait for death?" A cold and gloomy voice sounded. The thin man, sitting in the left corner, looked at the others and said slowly, "We can sit here. We should have a trace of trust in each other. Maybe if we join forces, we may not be his opponent." Join forces. Hearing this, the others were silent. How to join forces? How could they guarantee that the others would go all out in battle? How could he guarantee that the other sons of fear would not stab him in the back? It was already difficult for them to sit together. The beautiful woman with a scar on her face glanced at the others who remained silent. Then she took out a file out of thin air and handed it to the four people present. She said slowly, "This is the information I've collected. Can you guys take a look?" The first one to pick it up was the skinny man. After quickly glancing through it, he handed it to the person next to him. Soon, everyone had read through it. Throat cutter. The burly barbarian put down the scroll and asked, "What does this guy have to do with us?" The beautiful woman glanced at him with contempt in her eyes and said slowly, "Pay attention to the time of his rise. It just so happened that after the battle in the City of Wealth, he quickly rose to prominence in the South Coast. And there were other sons of fear in that battle." When she said this, the others present couldn't help but ponder. The man who had been silent at the beginning slowly said, "What do you mean? He is also a son of fear?" This throat cutter can rise to prominence in the South Coast so quickly and become the Pirate King. He must be quite powerful. If we can win him over, our chances of winning will increase a lot. The beautiful woman sitting at the head chuckled and said, "It's not that simple. I think he is not only a son of fear, but also the first son of fear to awaken. In other words, he is stronger than any of us." Silence. Hearing the words of the beautiful woman in front of them, everyone present was silent. After a long time, the skinny man sitting in the corner raised his head and said, "Then what should we do?" Soren couldn't predict what would happen in the southern part of the continent. In fact, he had already assembled a fleet and set off the next day. But he had one more thing to do before he set off. Dong, dong, dong. The dull sound of the war drums sounded. Soren came to the port wearing a black suit. Behind him was a team of heavily armed pirates, as well as elite pirates equipped with dragon leather armor and rare-grade weapons. Today was the day of the war. Soren needed to boost the morale and give his men the confidence to win. But he didn't say too much nonsense, nor did he promise any generous rewards, because it wasn't needed at all. Dong! Soren stood on the high platform of the dock. His sharp eyes looked around at everyone present, and then said in a deep voice, "Raise the dragon head. Raise. Dragon head. Raise. Dragon head." A loud shout came from below him, and then he saw two burly and powerful elite pirates, each holding a huge dragon head, appear. The ferocious white dragon head was carried out. All the pirates who saw it with their own eyes couldn't help but show a hint of shock on their faces. Even Pastor Kim and others who stood by watching the ceremony were surprised. A white dragon head, and it looked like the head of an adult dragon. Raise. Along with the pirates' shouts, the white dragon's head was carried onto the warship, and finally fixed on the dragon head warship that defeated the Swamp King. This was the real dragon head warship. When the white dragon's head was hung on the giant dragon head warship, all the nearby pirates' eyes were red with blood. Many of them even hammered their chests with their hands and roared with eagerness to fight. "It's really a dragon head." A young woman's voice came from behind Pastor Kim and whispered, "It seems that we still underestimated him. This throat cutter actually managed to kill an adult dragon. He used the dragon head to declare war at this time, and it's quite amazing for the morale of his men. Look at the group of pirates below. They all seem to want to fight with Ashrad immediately." Dragon head warship. This warship that originally belonged to the Swamp King was truly complete at this moment. Soren stood on the high platform and looked down at everyone. His eyes paused on Gloria and Vivian for a moment. Then he pulled out his curved sword and pointed directly at the distant sea. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a vibration from the bottom of the sea, and then the water on all sides separated to the left and right. In the surging waves, a black mast emerged, and then a ghost ship full of death and slaughter emerged from the bottom of the sea in front of everyone's eyes. As the fog spread, the specter ship in front of everyone became blurry. Through the fog, they could only see the broken hull and sails, as well as the ghosts wandering on the specter ship. The aura of death spread. Pastor Kim's face was full of uncontrollable shock, and the girl standing behind her also opened her mouth in surprise. "Ghost ship." Pastor Kim looked up at Soren's position and murmured, "He actually has a ghost ship. It looks like a ghost warship that's close to the legendary level." "Ghost ship." Dead man's voice. The aura of death made the other pirates quiet down for a while, but there was a force brewing in everyone's heart. Soren looked down at them. Finally, he raised the curved sword in his hand and shouted, "Fight! Fight!" A uniform roar sounded, and the elite pirates all pulled out their weapons and roared towards the sky. "Fight!" Sauron let out another roar. "Fight!" The surrounding pirates reacted one after another, then followed the elite pirates and let out a roar at the same time. "Fight!" Soren's figure stood high up, his tall and straight body like a mountain, and roared towards the sky. "Fight!" A deafening roar resounded, and all the pirates drew their weapons. Their expressions were incomparably excited as they let out a series of roars. "What a powerful guy!" Pastor Kim looked at Soren, who stood high up, and murmured, "This guy's a master playing with people's hearts. The morale of these pirates is probably going to explode." The young woman nodded and said in a low voice, "It seems that we have to reevaluate him." On the other side, Vivian stood in the corner and looked at Soren, who was above the crowd. There was a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes, and she murmured, "Brother looks so powerful now." Gloria, who was next to him, did not reply, but her eyes became gentler. Only Fallen, which still had a calm expression, and her eyes fell on Soren. There were only some slight movements, but it could be seen that she was not as calm as she looked on the surface. The battle broke out. The two most powerful pirate kings on the South Coast were going to compete. The winner would win the hegemony of the South Coast, and the loser would not even have a corpse left. The Storm Lord, who had been dominating the Amazon coast, seemed to be quite silent. She had not expanded her power outside the Amazon territory for nearly 100 years. It seemed that she intended to watch the battle between the pirate kings coldly. No one knew who would be the final winner. So in this battle, the other forces on the South Coast chose to be silent and wait for the final result. P.S. That's all for today. The end of this volume was written very slowly. Chapter 354. South Coast, Snake Island. The dragon-headed warship docked near Soren's former base camp. From a distance, one could see the traces of the fire on Snake Island. The entire camp had turned into ashes, and there were masts erected near the dock. There seemed to be something hanging on them, floating with the whistling sea breeze. A large number of seabirds gathered near the dock. When the warship approached, they were immediately startled. The dark flock of birds scattered in all directions, and then the corpses hanging on the masts were revealed. All of them were Soren's men. After the fall of Snake Island, these people became captives, and then they were hung on these masts by the pirate king, Ashrod's men. This was not only to establish his power, but also to provoke Soren. "Your Excellency, throat cutter." When he saw the corpses of his men hanging on the masts one by one for the seabirds to eat, Scarface's expression became agitated again. His face was ferocious and distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he was about to eat someone. Soren patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, and then said in a deep voice, "Send a team to bury the corpses. We will make them pay. Set sail. Let's go to Port Tylon." Just as Soren was about to lead the fleet to Port Tylon, a strange whimper suddenly came from the bottom of the sea nearby. Soren seemed to have felt something. As if something was calling him, he immediately waved his hand to signal the others to stop, and then jumped into the sea with a plop. There were many things under the blue sea. Because of the battle, the wreckage of many sunken ships could be seen at the bottom of the sea, but the thing that called Soren was deep in the sea, and that feeling was a little familiar. It's him. Soren finally saw the creature that called him. It was the mutant killer whale that he had subdued. Part of its body had rotted, and there were dense wounds on its abdomen. The rotten flesh attracted many sea creatures, and there was even a spear inserted near its chest. With such injuries, it should have died long ago. Soren noticed that a large chunk of flesh had been sliced off from the side of its body. He wasn't sure if it was due to its mutation or something else, but it still retained an amazing recovery ability. Even though most of its wounds had decayed, it still maintained a weak life force. Many ships sank near it, including medium-sized warships. It was obvious that the pirate King Ashrod had paid a high price to deal with it. It was not easy to kill such a sea monster in the sea. As Soren got closer, the calling became weaker. Most of the killer whale's body had sunk into the sand. Its body was covered with various marine parasites, some of which had even drilled into its flesh. This kind of injury was too serious. It was basically impossible to save it unless there was a high-level priest casting restoration. Soren quickly approached the killer whale. He pulled out his scimitar and cut off the arrow. Then, he gritted his teeth and pulled out the spear near its chest. Then, he took out several bottles of healing potions and poured them into its mouth. The effect of the healing potions was too weak. As a mutant sea creature, the killer whale had quite an amazing vitality. In turn, the amount of recovery needed to treat it was even more amazing. Damn it! As Soren pulled out the deadly spear, a large amount of blood gushed out, and the mutant killer whale's breath became weaker and weaker. Without a high-level priest, no one could do anything about this kind of injury. It had been holding on for a long time. In this case, there was no way to heal it. Even with its huge body, Soren could not transport it back to Port Tylon, because a little violent movement could kill it. Damned ass rip. Soren's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He slowly pulled out his scimitar and walked in front of the mutant killer whale with a blank face. The world under the sea was very dark, and icing death glowed slightly because of the cold temperature. Soren squatted down and stroked its head, then slowly said, "Rest in peace." Such an injury. It was torture to let it hold on all the time. It was better to give it relief now. Clang! Soren's scimitar was raised, but it did not fall. Instead, it stayed 10 centimeters above, because a row of messages appeared in front of his eyes. Divinity activated. The target creature's attitude towards you is fanatical, loyal, triggering the condition of Divinity Gift, automatically mastering a new ability, Divinity Gift. Minor Divinity activated. Part of the Divinized Data Attribute Conversion. Target has no divinity. Divinity data conversion failed. A strange data prompt appeared. Soren stopped his scimitar in an instant, and, at the same time, opened the data page to check the strange information that suddenly appeared. Divinity Gift, Gifted Ability. You can give a part of your divinity to a target, which can greatly strengthen the target's strength and turn it into a divine creature. After completing the divinity gift, the target creature will have a certain spiritual connection with you. The effect is at least equivalent to suggestion. At the same time, you will be able to influence and even control the target's will. In the case of the divinity gift, you can use the target as a temporary host, as your holy incarnation in the mortal world. Require divine form. Note, because you are not in the divine form, you can only give divinity to the target that fanatically worships you. Divinity? Soren's expression was a little shocked, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and his face showed a thoughtful expression. Chosen? Holy One? Soren glanced at the dying mutant killer whale in front of him. His expression was a little hesitant, but then he pressed his hand on its head. Divinity was a very powerful force. The gods could give part of their divine power and divinity to their believers. These people who had the power of the gods were the legendary chosen ones and holy ones. This kind of bestowment did not necessarily need to be done among the believers, because Gloria's mother could suddenly become a legendary, because she received the divinity gift from the succubus queen. This was a very overbearing ability, because once the power from the gods was accepted, it was equivalent to being branded. This could be seen from the Sons of Fear, because they did not actively receive the divinity gift, but the will of the Dread Lord had a great impact on them. If they actively received the gift of divinity, then the final result was very likely to be turned into a fanatic of the gods. Divinity gift. A strange light appeared in Soren's eyes, and there were some traces of distortion in the space around him. His whole person seemed to be shrouded in the power of divinity, and he looked like a god overlooking the mortal world. As his palm pressed on the mutant killer whale's body, a trace of divine power penetrated its body and soul, and then Soren had a weak telepathic connection. It felt like a spiritual transmission, and he could switch his consciousness to the mutant killer whale in front of him at any time. Even if he wanted to, he could temporarily use its vision. The saint is the eye of the gods. As Soren injected 1 point of divinity into the mutant killer whale in front of him, amazing changes began to appear. Its weak heartbeat gradually became strong, and its already decaying body glowed with amazing vitality. Some of the injuries began to regenerate. The mutant killer whale, which had already entered a state of near death, struggled to swim up, and then opened its mouth to swallow a piece of marine life nearby that was attracted by its flesh and blood. 1 point of divinity. The Swamp King probably only had 1 or 2 points of divinity on him. Soren had fought so many times, and the divinity he accumulated was only 12 points. As he gave 1 point of divinity to the mutant killer whale in front of him, the divinity he had was reduced to 11 points. However, the effect of this 1 point of divinity was quite huge. The mutant killer whale's appetite was awakened, and it ate the fish in the nearby sea area crazily. At the same time, through the spiritual control produced by Soren's divinity, it expressed a kind of joy like a new life. As a kind of non-intelligent creature, the resistance of the mutant killer whale after receiving divinity was quite weak. Soren could even control its consciousness. The mutant killer whale ate crazily. Its huge body swam like a shadow on the bottom of the sea, and at the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a large number of fish. The gift of divinity was like injecting a qualitative factor into the quantitative change. Soren could feel that this mutant killer whale was evolving little by little in the direction of a sea monster. As a divine creature, it directly jumped the threshold of mutation, and now it only needed to accumulate numbers. This time, it might take several days to eat. Soren could feel the crazy hunger in its heart. 1 point of divinity had already changed its nature. Before it mutated into a sea monster, this hunger would shroud it. A figure emerged from the bottom of the sea. Soren gently jumped onto the deck of the Dragonhead warship. He glanced at the huge shadow on the bottom of the sea and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." To Port Tylon. One point of divinity completely changed the fate of the mutant killer whale. At the same time, it also allowed Soren to touch a more mysterious realm, which belonged to the realm of the gods. Although he had a weak divinity, he could not give divine power like the gods, but he could, like the higher demons in the Abyss and the Bodor Inferno, give a part of his own divinity to the target, and then influence or even control the target's will. P.S. The next chapter ends this volume. Chapter 355. Following Soren's departure from Snake Island, the huge shadow on the seabed also moved towards the deep sea. One point of divinity allowed the mutated tiger shark's soul to sublimate. As it devoured more and more flesh, the injuries on the mutated tiger shark's body also quickly recovered. Divinity was a power that surpassed the mortal world. It was even more powerful than mutated magical creatures. When divinity was accumulated to a certain degree, it could turn a creature into a god, or it could turn them into even more terrifying abominations. The divinity that Soren bestowed upon it naturally didn't originate from the power of light, justice, or kindness. In fact, from the moment he bestowed it with divinity, the mutated tiger shark was shrouded in a desire to kill. It devoured countless sea creatures along the way. The mutated tiger shark's injuries had already mostly recovered. Its rotting flesh was gradually regenerating, and its metabolism was progressing at an astonishing speed. As it devoured more and more flesh, its body even surpassed the size of the blue whale. Moreover, as its body grew larger and larger, the mutated tiger shark's back began to grow malevolent and sharp-boned spurs. Its incomparably sharp fangs began to regenerate, and on its skin that originally belonged to a mammal, dark green scales began to grow. The scales were about the size of an adult's palm. It no longer looked like a shark, but more like some kind of terrifying mutated sea monster. The crazy eating satisfied its desire for flesh, but the thirst for slaughter still tormented its soul. The mutated tiger shark finally stopped eating. Its body had completely surpassed the blue whale's, and its weight was perhaps twice that of an adult blue whale. The incomparably huge mutated tiger shark's appearance had completely changed. Its body was covered in scales, and its back was full of bone spurs. Its bloody mouth had no less than 5 rows of incomparably sharp fangs, enough to easily cut any creature into pieces. It gradually approached the deep sea, and its incomparably sharp ability to detect fresh blood allowed it to discover a new target. The mutated tiger shark swam its huge body forward at high speed. Unknowingly, its pupils had already turned slightly red. It looked a little similar to Soren when he transformed into a slaughterer. Finally, it discovered a new target. It was a huge deep-sea squid. This deep-sea squid was hunting a whale, which was similar to a humpback whale. The size of the adult whale had no advantage in front of this huge sea monster. It was tightly entangled in the sea by its strong tentacles. The deep-sea squid had incomparably sharp mouthparts. It was unknown how long this sea monster had existed, but when it discovered the approach of the mutant tiger shark, it very vigilantly let go of its prey and then retracted its incomparably huge hands. The battle broke out soundlessly. The mutated tiger shark did not hesitate at all. It rushed forward like a sharp sword, opening its bloody mouth to bite the enemy in front of it. Blood gushed out from the wound. The battle between the two ocean beasts had stirred up waves in the sea, and large patches of blood had gradually dyed the seawater red. Port Tylon. Soren's fleet was docked at Port Tylon. But when Soren approached Port Tylon, a row of data appeared in front of his eyes. It was an inexplicable data, killed squid sea creature. Divinity of slaughter energy conversion. Extracting part of soul energy. You've gained 1050 slaughter EXP. It was a very strange prompt. This sudden data prompt made Soren a little confused, and the sudden gain of slaughter EXP made him completely confused. He did not do anything special during this period of time. In addition to giving the mutated tiger shark 1 divinity point, Soren spent the rest of his time learning spells. So this sudden slaughter EXP was most likely related to the mutated tiger shark, because it was hunting and eating. If it killed the target, then things would be a little interesting. Divinity of slaughter. If the mutated tiger shark killed the target, Soren could also get a part of the slaughter EXP. Then, he had inadvertently touched upon an even more wonderful divine domain. This reminded him of the priesthood of war. Whenever there was a large-scale war in the world, any god who had the priesthood of war and the divine domain of war would have their divine power increased. In order to strengthen their divine power and priesthoods, some evil gods with the priesthoods of war would deliberately instigate wars to expand their territory. Slaughter. This was a very scary domain, because since ancient times, as long as one had a part of the divine domain of this domain, they were basically gods with great divine power. Soren did not know the reason, but he knew that the divine domain of slaughter, soul, and death could increase the soul energy obtained after killing the target. So the sudden slaughter EXP prompt at this moment was most likely related to the mutated tiger shark, and it was triggered by the 1 point of divinity he gave. Because Soren's divinity was the divinity of slaughter, not the divinity of fear that Vivian had. Your Excellency, Throat Cutter. The half-elf first mate's figure appeared near the port. He had bloodstains on his body. After coming to Soren, he bowed slightly and said, "The eastern route has been blocked. Ashrod's people were all wiped out by us, and some of them were captured. Now in the entire south coast area, all ships from the eastern route can't enter the south coast area." Very good. Soren nodded gently. He glanced at the others in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What about the people of the Sea Temple?" The half-elf first mate's face stiffened and whispered. The Nagasiren priest said that this time we have to do it ourselves. The pirate King Ashrod has not publicly betrayed the Sea Temple. She doesn't want to turn things into an internal struggle of the Sea Temple. So this time it can only be regarded as a battle between the pirate kings. But she said that she will contain the power of the Nagasiren royal family and ensure that no Nagasiren will intervene in this battle. Soren's face instantly turned pale when he heard this, and he shouted angrily, "This bitch!" She was the first one who wanted to deal with the pirate king Ashrod. Now that Soren had started a full-scale war, this bitch actually said that she didn't want it to become an internal struggle of the Sea Temple. What was the use of containing the Nagasiren? Did the Nagasiren dare to openly betray the sea goddess? In the end, she still wanted to preserve her strength so that Soren and Ashrod would both suffer. This son of AB *TCH forgets justice at the sight of profit. From the beginning to the end, except for a ghost ship, she basically didn't show any real cards. What's the movement of the Principality of Rossard? Soren frowned deeply and glanced at the half-elf first mate. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife is in charge of a principality, and she can't act rashly. Did you find out her whereabouts? The half-elf first mate shook his head and said, "I'm incompetent. I only found out that the navy of the Principality of Rossard was dispatched to Raging Sand Island. There's a city built by Ashrod there, and I'm afraid they plan to fight us there." Soren was silent when he heard this. He expected the Sea Temple to be sneaky. After all, he was growing too fast, and there was also the Temple of Wealth. The Nagasiren priest was too scheming and narrow-minded. It was normal for her to be afraid of his strength and want to consume his strength. However, when he heard the news, his heart was still full of anger, and his dissatisfaction with the Nagasiren priest became stronger and stronger. She clearly stood behind the sea goddess and the Sea Temple, but she had always been afraid of Soren's strength and could not suppress it. It seemed that she was not a long-term partner. What about the captives? Soren took a deep breath and turned to look at the warships docked in Port Tylon. He said in a deep voice, "Even if the Sea Temple doesn't fight, we can still defeat Ashrod. Bring all the captives up." The half-elf first mate retreated. Soon, rows of captives were pressed up. Since Ashrod attacked Snake Island, Soren naturally needed to pay him back. He directly pulled out all his strongholds on the south coast. Throat cutter, you're dead. A pirate captive whose face was burned by fire saw him and immediately laughed and scolded. Eshrod will hang your head on the flagpole. You're all going to die. Plop. The elite pirate escorting the captives directly punched him to shut his mouth, and then the half-elf first mate quickly explained, he's Ashrod's half-brother. We caught him alive when we attacked the stronghold. Half-brother? Looks like he's a human? Soren walked in front of the captive expressionlessly and whispered, I won't be the one to die. I'll send him to hell soon. Shong. A streak of cold saber light flashed. Then a head fell to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the headless body fell down. Soren's expression was cold. He didn't look at the headless body under his feet, and then he waved his sword again and cut off the head of the second captive. One by one, heads fell to the ground and rolled around. Blood had dyed the dock red, but Soren's footsteps still didn't stop. He harvested the heads expressionlessly until the last captive died under his sword. There were a total of 127 captives. All of them were beheaded by Soren on the spot, and no one was left alive. Port Tylon was shrouded in a strong smell of blood, and heads were piled up in the center of the port. I'm afraid before the end of the battle, these heads would always be piled up here, making anyone with bad intentions think twice. Because as long as Soren didn't completely fail, they had to consider the price of rebellion. The price will be very heavy. It was also on this day. People's name for Soren gradually changed from throat cutter to beheader. P.S. Volume 2 has finally been written. I'll start writing Volume 3 in the afternoon. After finishing this volume, it'll be much easier to write. Chapter 356. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss. Listen to more of your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese network's public account. Add friends on WeChat. Add public account. Type Dread. And tell me quietly. P.S. Fixed a mistake. It's a mutant killer whale, not a mutant tiger shark. Port Tylon. More than 100 heads were simply pickled with lime, and then neatly piled up into a statue, placed in the center of the port. With the arrival of the decisive battle between the two pirate kings, the trade of the entire south coast was temporarily suspended. Cargo ships were docked at the port, and they did not dare to go out to sea at this time, for fear of being affected by the battle between the pirate kings. War is always the most destructive thing, and the war during the turbulent period completely destroyed the prosperity of the current mainland. Warships approached Port Tylon one after another. When the fleets from Shipwreck Bay, the Outer Islands, and Port Tylon gathered, people were surprised to find that Soren the Decapitator had unknowingly owned hundreds of warships, enough to rival the naval forces of the kingdom. The warships gradually approached the shore. Then, a group of fully armed and ferocious pirates gathered. They came from many places. There were pirate leaders of large forces and pirate leaders of small forces. They came more because of their fear of Soren and their confidence in his victory. Because Soren defeated the Swamp King, because he controlled the dragon warship, Dragonhead, because he conquered a northern witch, and because he also had a ghost ship in the legends, and so on. Even the active pirates near the City of Wealth came to seek refuge. The actions of the Church of Wealth could not be hidden from these local snakes. They coveted the wealth of the eastern route, which was a bigger cake than the outer islands. Goods from the east, no matter what it was, were several times the profit. The pirate king Ashrod firmly controlled the eastern route, and they had no chance to intervene. But as long as they helped Soren defeat the pirate king Ashrod, the eastern route would definitely be divided into a batch of profits. South Coast. The real value of the outer islands was the mines occupied by the indigenous people. If these mines could not be taken from the indigenous tribes, then the value of the outer islands was only 1/3 of the eastern route. The only troublesome thing was that the eastern route was more dangerous, and it took longer to go back and forth. Sir, the half-elf first mate appeared in front of Soren and said in a deep voice, 121 warships have responded to the call, and there are a total of 3,215 pirates who can fight. There are still some pirate leaders on the way, and it will take them a day or two to arrive. Soren was the Pirate King. He was equivalent to the head of the Forest Alliance. If they didn't respond to his summons under such circumstances, they would be punished after the war. This was the right of the Pirate King. Even if they weren't Soren's direct subordinates, the pirates that were active in the South Coast had to listen to his orders. I can't wait that long. Soren stood on the deck of the dragon-headed warship, looking into the distance, and said in a deep voice, "We can't wait that long. We will set off tomorrow to attack Raging Sand Island." "Yes," the half-elf first mate said with a solemn expression. That night, Port Tylon was completely different from the past. There were no more playful crowds on the streets, and the taverns were quiet. People spoke in low voices. The sheriff in charge of Port Tylon was a little frightened. He doubled the patrol guards to the previous level, and even went to the Sea Temple to visit the Nagasiren priest. Because Soren had gathered too many people, so many pirates were enough to attack Port Tylon. If there was trouble, the consequences would be quite serious. The natives of Port Tylon closed their doors, and there were no idle people on the road. Only the port area was brightly lit until dawn. Teams of strong pirates could be seen transporting weapons and materials to the warships. Heavy cannons, boxes of gunpowder, and the smell of war enveloped the island city. The next day, the person Soren was waiting for arrived. It was a gift prepared for him by Gloria. With the emergence of a portal, a northern witch of about 40 years old with a stiff face appeared. Behind her stood 2 other young northern witches. "Your Excellency, Soren?" The middle-aged witch with a stiff face glanced at Soren and nodded slightly. Counselor Gloria used the A-level authority to apply for the right to transfer any A-level strategic materials of the Northern Witch Council. This is the strategic material she applied for. Please accept it yourself. Soren just nodded, and the middle-aged witch with a stiff face cast a spell to open a portal. Then the space in front of them was linked to the interior of a wizard tower. The portal only lasted for a short period of time, so they couldn't see what was inside, but they could feel that it was a very majestic laboratory. Then, 2 incomparably tall steel golems appeared and carried out something that looked a bit like a mortar, but only had a similar appearance. Superconducting Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I-1. The middle-aged witch with a stiff face looked at Soren with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "The superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon has been charged, but please note that it can only fire 1 energy pulse attack." The superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon experimental model I-1 is an A-level strategic material of the Witch Council. As an experimental model, it can carry out a long-range energy pulse attack with an effective range of 120 kilometers and an actual range of 50 kilometers. Because there is no wizard tower to operate as a hub, I suggest that you attack within 30 kilometers. Counselor Gloria applied for the right to use it. The superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon is still the property of the Witch Council. If there is any damage, you will compensate the Witch Council 6 million Kindler. The middle-aged witch with a stiff face took out a document engraved with magewebs and handed it to Soren. She said in a deep voice, "These 2 steel golems are responsible for protecting the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon experimental model I-1. At the same time, they will operate it to attack according to your orders. Please pay attention. This weapon must be protected. It is one of the only remaining experimental products of the Witch Council. If there is any damage, Counselor Gloria's authority will also be punished." Soren nodded silently, then took out a ring that looked like a coat of arms and pressed it gently on the document. The light of a spell appeared. The middle-aged, which pointed to the dragon-headed warship, and the 2 steel golems carried the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon onto the deck. This weapon looked a bit like a mortar. It was a little different from the one Soren had seen in the half-elven city. It seemed to be an imitation of the Witch Council. The curve of the barrel was quite smooth, and the slender barrel did not have an opening. The trajectory was 3 interlaced runes, and at the end, there was a purple gemstone that looked like a steeple. This was not a traditional alchemy gunpowder weapon, but an energy weapon from the Arcane Empire. To be honest, Soren was not sure how powerful it was, but it certainly would not let him down. because it had a strong sense of science fiction in the interstellar era. The base of the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon was a square alchemy structure, a bit like the transformation device of the golems. After it was transported onto the deck, it automatically extended a bracket to fix it. The barrel was only the size of an adult's arm, and the whole body was shiny silver white. Soren reached out and touched it slightly, and found that it was infiltrated with a large amount of mithril. Only mithril could withstand such a large amount of energy without blocking the transmission of energy. The alchemy device from the Arcane Empire, with Soren's current knowledge, he could not understand it at all. But he felt that this weapon was not too far away from the electromagnetic pulse cannon of the interstellar era. It was purely an intuition. He was still full of respect for the arcane civilization that could send a city into the sky and transform it into a floating city. Signing completed. The middle-aged witch with a stiff face looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Soren, please take good care of it. After the energy is fired, we will automatically track the space coordinates and take it back." After that, she directly opened a directional portal and left with the two young witches behind her. "Let's go." Soren glanced at the others, and then ordered his men to cover it up, leaving only two steel golems to guard the superconducting arcane crystal pulse cannon. He stood on the high platform of the dragon-headed warship, looking down at the others, and said, "Go to Raging Sand Island." Woo woo woo. The bleak sound of a horn sounded. As the dragon-headed warship took the lead to leave the port, the warships docked nearby, all set sail. More than 100 pirate ships sailed into the sea, heading toward Raging Sand Island, which was occupied by Ashrod. Pirate flags fluttered in the wind. Pirate warships of different shapes formed a fleet, moving along the eastern route. They would enter Ashrod's territory in a day. In the deep-sea area invisible to the naked eye, a broken ghost ship was also slowly moving forward. The undead bound on the ship were working expressionlessly. Only when there were marine creatures nearby, their faces showed a trace of thirst for blood and slaughter. "Ghost ship," the dead man's voice. It was hungry. As a ghost ship with a life of its own, it had been cast by a legendary master to animate life. It fed on death, flesh, and souls. However, ever since the battle with the Swamp King, it had been quiet and had never had the chance to taste blood and slaughter. As an animate life, it had no wisdom, but it had the instinct of a creature. It longed for death. In another deeper part of the sea, as if it was aware of the call from somewhere, a huge shadow rose from the bottom of the sea. The first thing that appeared was a bone spur as thick as an adult's arm on its back, sharp like a javelin. This huge shadow floated to the surface of the sea, stayed in place for a moment, and then moved toward a direction at high speed. The master was summoning it. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Follow the official account of Dread on WeChat. Chapter 357. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account. Add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. Raging Sand Island. This was the largest island within a radius of 500 kilometers. It was surrounded by golden beaches and a dense forest in the center. The city built by the pirate King Ashrod was here. Originally, there were many indigenous people here, a bit like the Ryukyu Kingdom. However, after Ashrod unified the Eastern Sea route, it became a pirate's base camp. Compared to Soren's rule under the cruel law, the pirate king Ashrod's management was much more chaotic. As long as there was no rebellion, he rarely intervened. Therefore, the number of indigenous people near Raging Sand Island became fewer and fewer. In the end, only pirates were left in the city. A city with only pirates was not lively. This was the largest place to sell stolen goods on the Eastern Sea route. Ashrod dared to accept anything that could make money. Rumor had it that this place even dared to touch some forbidden areas, and there were cases of people eating each other. Unlike the outer islands, which took at least a month to go back and forth, no news could be blocked for too long. However, the Eastern Sea route took a long time, and the possibility of encountering a storm monster was very high. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many missing people, Ashrod wouldn't have been suspected. Soren's fleet approached the overseas city. He stood on the observatory with a monocular and looked at the port and warships in front of him. He saw pirate ships with flags and naval warships from the Principality of Rossard. What made him a little uneasy was that Soren found some strange warships. Eastern warships. Most of the warships of the Eastern pirates were fast ships. Soren had seen such warships in the past, near the port near the Desert of Death. That was the territory of the Eastern pirates. They and the Desert Bandits controlled the sea and land trade respectively. These bandits had the support of nobles behind them, and even the Eastern pirates had the backing of a rather powerful monastery. Eastern monks. Monks were not professions like paladins. There was no lack of lawful evil among them. It's the Eastern pirates. Soren descended from the observation deck and glanced at the Fallen, which beside him. He then said in a deep voice, "Astrid has been operating the Eastern Sea route for many years. I'm not surprised that he's able to rope in the Eastern pirates. No wonder he suddenly dared to fight me head-on. It turns out that other than the Principality of Rossard, there's another group of helpers. The Principality of Rossard's strongest troops were the heavy infantry. The Navy is their weak point. In fact, because of the existence of the Sea Church, there are not many powerful navies on the entire south coast. Pirates from the east? Fallen, which Karina looked into the distance and whispered, "Those monks are not easy to deal with." Soren nodded. "I know." When the raging sand island appeared in front of Soren, the warship on the other side also noticed them. With the appearance of a large battleship with a Naga Siren's ram, the other battleships also gathered towards it. Astrid's warships were actually more than Soren's. The Principality of Rossard's navy sent out dozens of warships, as well as the pirate warships under his command and the pirate ships from the east. The number was probably close to double that of Soren's, but Soren only brought medium-sized warships, while the other side was mixed with some small fast ships. I didn't find the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Fallen Witch's palm appeared with a magic aura, and then it turned into a pair of white eyes. This was the wizard's clairvoyance, an observation spell. "Brother, let Vivian deal with them." The little girl seemed quite excited today. She looked forward eagerly and said, "It's just a group of bigwood. Vivian can kill a lot of them by herself." Soren put his hand on her shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the enemy. There must be spellcasters on the other side." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife came from an ancient sorcerer family. If he dares to declare war on us, he must have some confidence. Hundreds of warships were facing each other in the vast sea. The pirates gathered together. The coming war made many people feel a little nervous. It could be said that such a large-scale naval battle had rarely happened in the past 100 years. Soren didn't know much about naval warfare, but as a top rogue, he had a keen sense of observation. At a glance, he could see that the fleet on the other side was divided into three parts. First, the Principality of Rossard's navy was in a battle formation. They were a regular naval fleet and must have been trained accordingly. Then there was the pirate king Astrid's fleet. These warships were like Soren's men. They could barely gather together to protect the two wings and couldn't form any formation at all. It was estimated that the pirate king Astrid usually commanded a dozen warships at most. Now that there were hundreds of warships, he couldn't command them at all. He also had a mix of people from different places. Finally, there were the Eastern Pirates' warships. They numbered about 10, and all of them were medium-sized ships. Their positions were not very close, and it seemed that they didn't intend to fight to the death for Astrid. The core of Soren's fleet was only 16 warships. The Dragonhead warship, the half-elf first mate, the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella, Cyclops, Scarface, Giant, Butler, Knight, and so on. These pirate leaders each led their own warships in formation, surrounded by the pirate leaders under their command. Without military training, Soren could only let his men spread out to command them. Otherwise, there would be no way to command them when the battle broke out. Naval warfare was not like marching on land. These pirates would easily fight for themselves after the battle. Woo woo woo. The strange sound of a conch suddenly came from afar. Soren's face suddenly changed slightly and shouted, "Be careful. There's movement under the sea." A black shadow appeared from the bottom of the sea. Then, a medium-sized ship on the side of Soren's fleet trembled. The next moment, it suddenly turned over and sank to the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the others finally saw the silhouette of the black shadow. It was a huge sea snake with 3 heads. A medium-sized warship was like a toy in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the warship was overturned and sunk into the sea. "Let me deal with it." Fallen, which Kalina frowned. She seemed to notice that the morale of her side was a little low for a moment. She said in a deep voice, "It's a sea monster. I'm afraid it's a 3-headed dragon." Soren reached out to stop her. He frowned and looked at the front. He said in a deep voice, "No need. Damn Naga priestess. Didn't she say that the Naga sirens wouldn't get involved in this battle? In the entire sea domain, besides the Naga sirens, who else could control a sea monster of the Naga sirens?" This bitch's words were getting more and more untrustworthy. Boom! Attack! Just as the 3-headed sea serpent overturned one of Soren's warships, the pirate fleet on the opposite side also launched an attack. The sailors began to load ammunition, and the burly pirate commandos were ready to fight when they got close. Soren's warships were attacking from the front. The navy of the Principality of Rossard and the Eastern Pirates' warships surrounded him from the side. They planned to eat Soren like dumplings. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Soren snorted coldly and opened his mouth to make a silent roar. With his call, a huge shadow appeared from the side of the enemy. A mutant killer whale. No, no, no. It should be the sea monster, Hakka's now. After receiving a divinity point from Soren, the mutant killer whale had exceeded the size of the blue whale. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed more than 300 tons. There were bony spikes on its back that were as sharp as javelins. The scales on its body strengthened its defense and allowed it to withstand greater impact. It rushed into the enemy's right flank like a ferocious monster and sank a warship in an instant. At the same time, it set off huge waves that hit the nearby pirate ships. In front of the sea monster, these warships were too small. Cheers sounded. The low morale suddenly recovered because compared to the 3-headed sea serpent lurking at the bottom of the sea, the mutant killer whale was more oppressive. Rumble. A burst of gunfire sounded. Soren turned his gaze to the half-elf first mate behind him and said in a deep voice, "I'll leave it to you to command." After that, his figure flew out and ran at high speed on the sea as if he was running on flat ground. Walking on water. Under the effect of haste, Soren could finally do this. Rumble. In the middle of the battlefield, the seawater on all sides suddenly separated to the left and right, and then a black mast appeared. Then the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice broke through the surface of the sea and appeared in the air. The ferocious undead turned their cannons and aimed at the pirate warships on both sides. The next moment, the cannons fired and sank the 2 enemy warships in an instant. The dragon-headed warship was in the middle. What really possessed the most destructive power was the quasi-legendary Spectre. Heavy Boomerang. Soren pointed his curved sword, and the sea spirits behind him turned their bow cannons. 2 heavy boomerang cannons fired instantly and sank an armed ship equipped with 36 cannons. Animated life, undead characteristic. Just when Soren sank 2 warships in a row, the enemy also aimed their cannons at the ghost ship. However, no one needed to steer. Under the will of Soren, the ghost ship automatically changed its sails and then summoned a fog on the sea and escaped into the fog at an amazing speed. Behind them was the sound of gunfire and the excited howls of the wraiths after getting satisfaction from killing. This ship was alive and could sail automatically according to the will of its master. Get ready for battle. Soren looked at the undead behind him. These undead lives bound to the ghost ship showed a grim smile on their faces, then waved their heavy weapons and prepared to land on the enemy's warships in the fog. They were immortal undead. As long as the dead man's voice didn't sink, they would never truly die because their souls were one with the dead man's voice. Animated ropes. In the fog, the dead man's voice quietly approached a battleship. In an instant, the ropes all over the ship were like flying snakes. They automatically entangled the battleship next to them as if they were alive. The tough ropes swept out like poisonous snakes, strangling the enemies on the deck and then hanging them up. Swoosh! Soren took out the elven war bow and instantly shot an enemy who was hung up by the animated ropes. The next moment, the ropes were quickly loosened and then wrapped around another enemy. The battle had just begun. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Now follow the official account of Kdred on WeChat. Chapter 358. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Kdred, and tell me secretly. Naval battles were not easy. Even for powerful spellcasters, this kind of battle environment also made them feel helpless. When Soren controlled the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice to kill the pirates, the enemy's spellcasting also locked onto his position. The fog slightly blocked their vision, but for powerful spellcasters, it was not difficult to find him. But then a problem appeared. If they wanted to attack Soren, they had to close the distance. The firepower of the 24 cannons was quite fierce, and there was also a mutant killer whale nearby. It was basically difficult for other warships to get close. Most of the spellcasters had flying spells, but if they flew over, it meant that the target was exposed. At the same time, they also needed the support of flying spellcasting. Vivian, who had already landed on the ghost ship, smiled sweetly. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. She raised her hand and threw out a dispel spell. Splash! The sound of falling into the water came from the front. With Vivian's legendary spellcasting level, the dispel spell she threw out could crush these spellcasters. The flying spell was dispelled, and the spellcasters who were just about to attack Soren all fell into the sea. What awaited them below was a bloody mouth. Under the situation of falling at high speed, even Soren found it difficult to cast spells. Under their feet was not flat ground, but an endless sea. No matter how noble a spellcaster was, if they did not cast spells, they would just swim in the sea. Vivian would not give them a chance to cast spells. In fact, if it was not for the Duke of Red Dragon's wife who had not yet appeared, the little girl who was eager to try would have already started a massacre. A bunch of trash. Standing on the sea demon warship, Ashrod flew into a rage and roared. A specter ship is enough to make you lose your footing. Aim the cannons. All of you aim at it. Sink it. Cannons were aimed at the position of the ghost ship. Under the command of the pirate king Ashrod, the enemy, who had been slightly alarmed by the appearance of the ghost ship, reacted. Then hundreds of cannons nearby all aimed at the ghost ship. He actually wanted to use the firepower to directly sink Soren's dead man's voice. Under the attack of hundreds of cannons, even if the Spectre ship could automatically change its direction, it would not be able to avoid such a dense net of firepower. Boom, 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 boom. The dull sound of cannon fire shook the sky. The intersecting firepower on both sides covered almost all the escape routes of the ghost ship. No matter how it changed its sailing position, at least a dozen cannons would hit the hull. Ghost dive. Soren's expression remained calm. He stared ahead and ordered, "Dive to the bottom of the sea." The dark hull of the ship began to sink. The ghost ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea, and the water surged in from all sides. The undead who were killing on the other pirate ships all jumped into the sea, and then swam to the deck of the ghost ship. The fog became a little thinner. After 5 minutes of intensive firepower, The pirate King Ashrod saw nothing in front of him. There was only the sea covered by fog, and no ship wreckage was seen. There were many bodies floating on the calm sea, but all of them were his men. His face was quite pale at the moment. The ghost ship itself was a very terrible existence in the sea. Now that this terrible existence was controlled by a person, its combat power was even more amazing. The battlefield on the opposite side was also much quieter. Soren's men were not sure about the situation just now. They only saw the cannons aiming at the ghost ship. They were not sure whether the ghost ship had been sunk or whether Soren had died under such intensive firepower. After all, even a legendary profession might not be able to withstand intensive gunfire. Boom! The sea on the side suddenly separated. The pirate King Ashrod's face suddenly changed, and he roared, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" Boom! Boom! Two heavy cannons responded to them. A dark mast rose from the side of the sea, and the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, appeared on the sea again. With its appearance, the surrounding fog became thicker again. The ghost ship's figure escaped into the fog, and only a blurry shadow could be seen. It was difficult to determine its specific position without closing the distance. Damn it! The pirate King Ashrod's face was quite ugly. He shouted to a man dressed as an officer next to him. "Where is the Duke of Red Dragon's wife? Where's the support I asked for? Hurry up and let them sink this ghost ship." The officer had been watching the changes on the battlefield with a blank expression. He noticed that the pirates on the flank of Soren's camp had signs of collapse. They were no match for the navy of the Principality of Rossard. At the same time, because of the three-headed sea serpent, the originally dense formation had been loosened. In order to avoid this sea monster, many warships distanced themselves, exposing quite obvious defensive gaps in the middle. At this time, if there was a fleet like a sharp knife, it could completely cut Soren's formation. Let the Eastern pirates attack. The stout officer glanced at Ashrod, and then said to a warlock wearing a cloak like a woman, "That ghost ship, can you deal with it?" A cold female voice rang out. Legendary animated life forms. The hull, sails, cannons, and the whole ship are animated ropes that bind the undead who died under its hands. This ghost ship can deal with dozens of warships. If the Duke of Red Dragon's wife doesn't do it herself, we can't deal with this ghost ship, and there seems to be a very powerful spellcaster on it. The female warlock with a cold voice suddenly frowned, and then her figure rose into the air like an eagle. She said coldly, "Looks like a little girl. I'll deal with her." Boom! A pair of blood-red dragon wings spread out. The female warlock who had been hidden in the cloak revealed her true appearance. It was a beautiful young woman. At least she looked quite young. She was wearing a silver silk robe with many runes inlaid on it. She held a strange scepter in her hand, which looked more like a spiked mace. From her back was a pair of huge red dragon wings. This pair of dragon wings allowed her to fly easily and set off gusts of wind while flying. Dragon Disciple. Dragon Wings Awakening. Innate ability. Level 9 Dragon Disciple will further awaken the dragon's ability. At this time, they will obtain a pair of dragon wings according to the dragon's bloodline they inherited. This pair of dragon wings allows them to fly freely in the air. This ability is an innate ability. When activated in the state of transformation, it cannot be removed by any spell. The young woman flapped her dragon wings and rose into the air. Then her petite body swooped up under the action of the huge dragon wings. She raised her hand and threw out a fireball, which instantly hit the deck of the Dead Man's Voice. Dragon wings were her innate ability, so Dragon Disciple warlocks with dragon wings did not need the support of flying spellcasting because they did not need to cast two spells at the same time. "Brother, be careful," Vivian's clear childish voice sounded. The little girl narrowed her eyes and locked on the air. She said excitedly, "Madam Duke of Red Dragon, you finally appeared. Divine power manifestation." The little girl's figure rose into the air. As she stretched out her small white hand and clenched it, a 15-meter-long flame whip appeared in her palm out of thin air. This was a whip that was completely formed by flames. The scorching temperature burned the air, and with its appearance, the surrounding temperature rose by a lot. It was as if it was radiating a scorching aura in all directions. Baylor's whip, spell-like ability. A tattoo-like magic pattern appeared on the side of Vivian's face, and a pair of small demon wings appeared on her back. They were still not fully grown, but it did not affect her flying ability. Huh! The little girl shouted and raised her 15-meter-long flame whip. She raised her hand and lashed out at the dragon disciple in front of her. The flame whip seemed to burn the air as it passed through. While lashing out at the enemy, it also left a trail of flames in the air. A whistling wind came. The dragon disciple in midair dodged and then stopped at a position nearly 100 meters high. He said coldly, "Demon Warlock? You guys really have something to do with demons." Swoosh! A sharp arrow was shot from the dead man's voice and instantly hit the dragon disciple in front of her. However, when it was 20 centimeters away from her, an invisible energy field blocked the arrow. The arrow exhausted its power and fell lightly. "Vivian, be careful." Soren's voice sounded in the little girl's mind, and he said in a deep voice, "She's not the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife hasn't appeared yet." In front of her was only a level 9 dragon disciple. Any dragon disciple could awaken a pair of dragon wings as long as they raised their profession level to level 9. She was not the Duke of Red Dragon's wife that Soren had seen before. The little girl heard this and temporarily put away the big move that she had prepared. She waved the flame whip and floated in midair. She looked up at the dragon disciple and snorted coldly. "Vivian is not a demon warlock. Shameful woman who doesn't wear anything down there should shut up." Her whole body stiffened. The young dragon disciple's face showed an angry expression. She didn't expect this little girl to have such good eyesight that she could even see through the energy field of her wizard robe. "Shut up," the young dragon disciple scolded, and like a real dragon, she opened her mouth and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Dragon disciple versus divine warlock. Vivian chuckled and waved the flame whip. It directly absorbed the scorching dragon breath, and the flame on the Baylor's whip became hotter and hotter. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and participate now. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Kdred's official account now. Chapter 359. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss. Listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese network's public account. Add friends on WeChat. Add public account. Type Kdred. And tell me quietly. Ashrod. When Vivian faced the young dragon disciple, a large warship with Nagasiren armor also appeared in Soren's sight. Pirate King Ashrod. This bastard who once betrayed Soren and let him deal with the Swamp King alone, and then sneak attack Devil's Island to steal the fruits of victory. Soren didn't touch him for a while, but he didn't expect this guy to dare to sneak attack Snake Island. Now that he finally saw this guy, Soren's eyes suddenly showed a strong murderous intent. Brute Strength Extreme Spell. Mel's Minute Meteor Extreme Spell. Cat's Grace Extreme Spell. When the outline of the Nagasiren warship appeared in front of Soren, he began to cast spells quickly. He continuously cast a set of extreme spell buffs, and then his whole body rose into the air. His toes touched the water gently, and then his whole body stepped on the water and ran at high speed on the sea. Behead. Kill Ashrod. At this moment, Soren didn't hold back at all. When he flew close to the Nagasiren warship, he roared fiercely, and his whole body made a crackling sound. Then his pupils enlarged and became bloodshot, and finally turned into a strange blood-red color. Transform into a slaughterer. Soren's figure suddenly jumped up after approaching the Nagasiren warship. The power in the transformed state was quite amazing, and the solid deck cracked directly. His figure rose into the sky like a cannonball, and a high-speed and condensed minute meteor flame appeared in his palm. After locking the position of Eshrod, he threw it directly. Boom! There was a violent explosion. A hole was blown out on the deck of the Naga warship, and one of Ashrod's followers died on the spot. Melf's Minute Meteor was equivalent to Soren's all-out attack. His figure was still in midair, and the attack was like an anti-aircraft gun. Minute Meteor flames fell from the sky and landed on the helmsman of the Naga warship like a dense bombardment. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Soren fired 9 micrometeors in a row in a short span of 1 second. Relying on the astonishing agility of the Slaughterer transformation, all of them hit their target's location. A huge hole was blasted in the sturdy deck, and the corpses nearby were all smashed into pieces. The continuous explosions destroyed everything within a 5-meter radius. The pirate King Ashrod, who had been in charge of the Eastern Sea route for many years, was blown into pieces by Soren before he could even let out a fart. In fact, when he was attacked, he activated several pieces of equipment in a row, but he only blocked the attack of 3-minute meteor. Then he was drowned by the roaring minute meteor flame. Melf's Minute Meteor, which was known as the Lesser God slaying spell, easily broke through his defensive equipment. Under hundreds of explosive burning damage, a quasi-legendary pirate king fell. Pata! Soren's figure landed on one knee, and the flame in his palm gradually extinguished. Melf's Minute Meteor could only support less than 10 attacks. As a level 5 spell under the effect of spell maximization, it was supposed to be a continuous combat ability, but it became an explosive ability because of Soren's high-speed attack. Soren did not have many advanced spell slots left. The 3 maximal spells left him with only half of the 4th circle and 5th circle spell slots. After landing, he pulled out 2 curved swords and slashed at the enemy in front of him. Dang! Sword form, spinning strike. Soren's opponent was an expressionless middle-aged officer. He had slight burn scars on his body, and the weapon in his hand was a relatively rare rapier. He was able to block Soren's powerful moves. Damn it! The middle-aged officer glanced at the minced meat in front of him and said, "This piece of trash." He was beheaded so easily. Roar! In the face of Soren's fierce attack, he suddenly roared, and his body swelled like a barbarian. This was not a berserk ability, but another ability that Soren was not familiar with. It was more like some kind of forbidden evil. "Brother, be careful." Vivian's cry of surprise suddenly came from the sky. Then, a strange red figure appeared in the sky. She descended from the sky in an arc and raised her hand to cast the immobilization spell. Hold human body spell. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife. She finally appeared at this moment, but her target was Soren in front of her. She also wanted to behead her target. When Soren successfully beheaded the pirate King Soren, she strangely appeared nearby and then locked onto Soren. A row of data appeared. You've been attacked by human hold. Test of fortitude triggered. Test of fortitude passed. You're immune to this spell attack. Where did she come from? Soren's perception was not weak, and the opponent's attack did not even trigger his intuition. The only explanation was that she was not nearby just now. The spiritual realm. Soren suddenly thought of something. High-grade spellcasters could let themselves enter the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm was a parallel plane to the material plane. Most people present could not see people in the spiritual realm. This was similar to the tactics of legendary rogues, because legendary rogues could also enter the shadow plane and then directly travel from the shadow plane to the material plane. Did I pass the test of fortitude? Soren was overjoyed. In an instant, he activated Evade Sight and went into stealth. Detect invisibility. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife cast spells very quickly. With a magic aura, Soren's figure appeared 10 meters away. Vivisection. Level 8 spell. With a magic aura, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife showed a cruel smile on her coquettish face. In an instant, Soren's figure froze, and his mouth made a beast-like roar of pain. His skin and flesh had a strange reddish hue to it. It was as if his skin had been cut by a scalpel, and there were small blood-red scars on his skin. Command Shock! Another spell fell from the sky, and Soren's figure froze in place. However, this spell seemed to have a limited effect on Soren. He only paused for a moment and regained his freedom. What a strong vitality! The Duke of Red Dragon's wife frowned and murmured, "Demon blood? How can a rogue have the vitality of a warrior?" The shock spell was quite effective against enemies with low vitality. However, if the enemy's vitality was too strong, then the probability of passing the test was quite high. Shadow Leap. Soren couldn't attack the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who was in midair. He went directly into the shadows and then appeared on the edge of the deck. The dead man's voice was close. With a plop, his figure jumped into the sea and disappeared without a trace. I can't fight recklessly. Soren's means of attacking the air were bows and arrows. Perhaps the arrows couldn't even break the energy shield of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. A legendary dragon disciple. With Soren's current strength, even if he transformed into slaughter, he didn't have much chance of winning. He could only barely survive. It was really her. It was another person who had been waiting for a long time. Fallen Witch Kalina. When the figure of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife appeared, the Fallen Witch disappeared strangely. When Soren's figure fell into the sea, the Fallen Witch in a black robe appeared near the dead man's voice. She raised her hand and cast a spell towards the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Greater Disjunction. Disintegrate. Mordenkainen's Disjunction. Legendary spellcasters had a number of defensive means. The most important thing to kill them was to break their defensive force field. Realm of Fear. Time stop. Vivian had been waiting for her to appear for a long time. She suddenly abandoned the opponent in front of her and flashed to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. She then cast the legendary spell Time Stop. Accident. Chain Accident. When the figure of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was frozen in midair, intensive triggered spells burst out like fireworks. A series of magic auras emerged one after another, and endless protective energy fields enveloped her. For a while, she didn't know how many defensive spells were triggered. Just her equipment alone had 5 or 6 magic auras. It was quite difficult to kill a legendary spellcaster. Soren was not sure whether Vivian and the Fallen, which could break the opponent's protective force field during the duration of the spells. So in order to pursue the greatest result, he did not hesitate to give the order to attack. Legendary Dragon Disciple. Their vitality was comparable to that of a legendary warrior. They were equivalent to half a dragon. Even without any defensive spells, it was quite difficult to kill them. The base HP of a legendary Dragon Disciple was 12 points. Soren's rogue only had 6 points, the wizard had 4 points, and the shadow dancer had 8 points. Dragonhead Warship. Following the operation of the steel golem, a purple light appeared on the experimental model one of the super arcane crystal pulse cannon. Then, like an electromagnetic charge, an incomparably powerful energy converged on the silver-white barrel. The incomparably powerful energy even caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. The jumping energy arcs seemed to have layers upon layers of texture. Energy activation completed. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Experimental Model I-1 locked on target. Fire. A purple energy light cut through the sky. The next moment, it pierced the body of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The highly condensed energy even passed through the field of time stop and opened a huge hole in her chest. There was no blood at all because all the blood had evaporated. But this was just the beginning. The purple energy light broke through the air and evaporated the mast of a warship. The upper part of the mast broke and fell down. The energy light spanned a distance of nearly 20 kilometers and finally hit the wall of Raging Sand Island in the distance. Rumble. There was no explosion, only the rumbling sound of collapse. The solid gate, which was nearly 10 meters thick, turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. The whole battlefield was dead silent. What a good activity for a pie in the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kdred's WeChat public account now. Chapter 360. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account. Add friends on WeChat, add official account, type thread, and tell me quietly. The purple arc of light still remained in the air. The next moment, the body of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife flew like snowflakes in the sky and turned into pure energy dissipating in the air. Not good. The scene in front of him made Soren frown. The Fallen Witch behind him also changed her expression greatly. She raised her hand and threw out a level 9 spell. Soul Trap. An invisible energy barrier shrank, and there was a faint, strange whisper. This spell must be chanted with blasphemous words because it could imprison the soul of any enemy. Unfortunately, when the Fallen Witch finished casting, the body of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had turned into energy and dissipated. Only 2 or 3 pieces of equipment fell from the air with the wind. Vivian quickly reached out and caught them, and then directly fell in front of Soren. It's life hiding. The Fallen Witch landed on the ghost ship with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect a sorcerer to master this legendary spell. It seems that we still underestimated her too much." Legendary spell. The spell that just worked on the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was a top-level spell that was comparable to Time Stop. Life-hiding legendary spell. Legendary spellcasters can isolate their own vitality to a certain part of the body, then take it down and keep it in a safe place. In this way, you can't be killed by any conventional means, and you are immune to most paralysis, near death, and death effects. If the body is destroyed by the enemy, then a part of the preserved vitality can be resurrected through a body reconstructed by cloning. Note, life hiding can transform the body into a semi-energy state and be immune to most negative effects. Cloning, level 8 spell. Create a body copy without vitality. After death, your soul will immediately be transferred to the body with the soul imprint to be resurrected. The clone body copy needs to be cultivated in the laboratory for several months. After resurrection, your level will be reduced by 1 level. There is a certain chance of failure during the cloning process, and it requires a lot of materials to cultivate. Note, cloning requires a large alchemy laboratory. Legendary wizards were the most difficult to kill. One of the reasons was the legendary spell Life Concealment. It could isolate the life force of a legendary spellcaster in a certain location, and then take it down and store it in a safe place. This was a bit like the phylactery of a lich, but as a legendary flesh spell, Life Concealment had higher requirements. This legendary spell required a huge amount of wealth to cast, as well as a certain amount of soul energy. However, its use was also very shocking, let alone the Fallen Witch. Even Soren didn't expect that a legend-ranked dragon warlock would be able to learn this spell. After all, the spells of a warlock were mostly based on their understanding. This spell was very difficult to master, and it required a lot of alchemy skills. Many legendary wizards might not be able to master this spell. The legendary mages were high and mighty. To a large extent, it was because of this spell that they could have an extra life, which made them much more relaxed than other legendary professions. And this was because the arcane empire had been destroyed. Otherwise, in the literature recorded by the wizards, the arcanists also had an advanced version of life concealment. That was, after the death of the body, the arcanists could directly use the preserved part of the body to resurrect. There was no need for cloning at all. In that case, the only way to kill a legendary arcanist was to destroy their soul. The pirate king Ashrod was killed by Soren. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was penetrated by the crystal pulse cannon and then dissipated into the air with the wind. The enemies who were in the middle of the battle were stunned. The Eastern pirates reacted the fastest. They almost didn't think too much and immediately turned around to escape the battlefield. The second to react was the navy of the Principality of Rossard. They clearly had the advantage on the flank, but under the command of the commander, they made a prompt decision to retreat from the battlefield. The last to react were the pirate king Ashrod's subordinates. They had been beaten so badly that they wanted to escape. Some of them even planned to escape to the raging sand island behind them. Victory! Soren glanced at the defeated enemy and reached out to stop Vivian, who was ready to chase after them. He said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the enemy. There are still dragon disciples nearby." The power of a duchy was not that weak. If they had not caught the Duke of Red Dragon's wife off guard, they would have had to ask Gloria to open the portal to support them. There was a portal in the captain's room of the dead man's voice. It was connected to the laboratory in the Outer Islands. Gloria could teleport to the ghost ship at any time through the portal. This was why Soren was not afraid. There was a burst of cheers. The defeated enemy made Soren's men braver and fiercer. Many pirates raised their weapons and cheered for victory. However, the next moment, their cheers came to an abrupt end. This was because a huge wave had appeared in the distance. It was a huge wave that was as tall as a 10-story building. This huge wave was like a blue sky curtain approaching the battlefield. The huge wave that was dozens of miles long enveloped everyone within it. Under the huge wave, no warship could survive. They would be easily lifted and smashed like paper and eventually sink to the bottom of the sea. Tsunami, legendary spell. The huge wave pushed forward like a wall. In front of it, all the warships were so small. The cheers turned into screams. All the pirates on the battlefield, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies, were like headless flies. They were all covered by the legendary spell, Tsunami. The Eastern pirates, who were the fastest at the beginning, had already brought their warships close to the range of the Tsunami spell. Under the huge waves of more than 10 stories high, their warships were overturned like toys. They did not even have the chance to make a splash. They were directly smashed into pieces and sank into the sea. There was basically not much chance of survival for the sailors on board. Damn Naga Siren priest. Soren's face was quite ugly at the moment. He seemed to be angry and roared. Didn't she say that the Naga Siren royal family would not do anything? Tsunami, the signature spell of the Naga Siren. In the whole south coast area, except for the priests of the sea goddess, Soren could not think of anyone else who could cast this terrible legendary spell. This spell had the ability to destroy a port city. Maybe it could not threaten a strong man like Soren. After all, he had many ways to save his life in the face of tsunami. But the men he brought, the fleets under his command, the defeated enemies, and the spoils of war were almost impossible to be intact under such a terrible tsunami. If the power of this tsunami broke out, even the raging sand island behind would be submerged. The huge wave of more than 10 stories high was enough to destroy everything. Soren's victory would eventually become a ruin. Rewind time to 5 minutes ago. Somewhere on the bottom of the sea, a group of heavily armed Naga guards were scattered around. In the middle was a group of female Naga with a strange face. In front of them was a mirror made of seawater. "Your Excellency," a female Naga sorcerer looked at the mirror and said slowly, "Ashrad has failed. He was killed by the throat cutter." "Oomph." A cold snort rang out, followed by a cold voice that slowly spoke from behind. "That useless trash. He was afraid to deal with the Swamp King, and now he is still useless against the throat cutter. Get ready to cast. Let these humans be buried in the sea." The Naga wizard next to her nodded, and then a strange chant sounded. This was the language of the sea Naga. As they chanted, a huge wave gradually rose from the sea. The height of the wave was getting more and more amazing. In the end, it almost turned into a blue sky and pushed forward. Sea Temple. In front of the Naga Siren priest was a mirror made of seawater. Her expression at the moment was quite complicated. She seemed to be hesitating and struggling. Her eyes were locked on the approaching tsunami waves in the mirror. It seemed that she was making a difficult choice. "Your Excellency." A low voice came from the dark sea and said slowly, "If Your Excellency is not willing to do it, it is better to let them be killed by the tsunami. Most of the elite pirates on the south coast have gathered here. If they all die in battle, even if the throat cutter survives, there will be no one to use. In this way, we can take the opportunity to gain more benefits." The Naga Siren priest shook her head gently and said, "It is difficult to kill them with tsunami. At most, it can only kill the mortals present and destroy all the warships. But in that way, the forces on the south coast will become a vacuum. This may not be a good thing for us. Let the others get ready to cast. We need to pray for the incarnation of the sea goddess to come. The terrible tsunami was approaching. Many people closed their eyes in despair and firmly grasped the hull of the ship. Under this terrible wave, they could only pray for fate because they had no way to escape within the range of tsunami. Fly, fly, fly. When the terrible tsunami appeared, Soren and others had already cast spells quickly. The few spell slots could not save so many people. Even if Vivian and Fallen, which were present, they could only use fly to bring a few people to the sky. The terrible tsunami was getting closer and closer. The huge wave of more than 10 stories high made people feel desperate and suffocated. But when the tsunami in front of them was about to sweep them away, suddenly there was a strange sound of a conch. Then, a wave rose from the center of the battlefield, and the sea water stirred like a whirlpool. The blue sea water automatically gathered into a figure that was more than 10 meters tall. She stood in the middle of the whirlpool, holding a trident in her hand. She gently pointed at the tsunami that was sweeping toward her. Then, the huge wave in front of her gradually disappeared, as if everything that had happened just now was an illusion. The sea temple. There was a dull voice in the sea, and slowly said, "Your Excellency, the other sea priests have been summoned. You can cast the spell now." "Your Excellency? Your Excellency?" The voice in the sea seemed to be a little anxious. A strange tentacle appeared in the dark and deep darkness. The Nagasiren priest still stood in place, but at this moment, the expression on her face was stiff, and there was a faint feeling of panic brewing. It was because in the mirror image formed by the seawater in front of her, the figure of a goddess holding a trident appeared. She stood in the middle of the whirlpool as if she was the ruler of the sea. As she raised her hand and gently pointed forward, the shocking tsunami dissipated into nothingness. The sea goddess. The Nagasiren priest felt cold at the moment. Her heart was full of fear because she had not yet cast the spell to pray for the incarnation of the sea goddess to come. The incarnation of the sea goddess in front of her appeared by herself. What did this mean? Just thinking about it made her tremble, and she could not help but panic. Back to a week ago, Soren was preparing for the decisive battle with the pirate king, Ashrod. Because of the experience of defeating the Swamp King last time, he held a very simple sacrificial ceremony before leading the fleet to set off. This was really a very simple sacrificial ceremony. The sacrifice was to the sea goddess. Soren didn't even say a few words of prayer. In general, he was ready to give the head of the pirate king Ashrod to the sea goddess and dedicate this battle to her as a sacrifice. It was that simple. After all, Soren still needed the blessing of the sea goddess. Anyway, this battle was inevitable, so it was better to greet the sea goddess in advance. Maybe there would be additional benefits if he won. When he killed the Swamp King, Soren had the blessing of the sea goddess, so his prayer was different from ordinary believers. It was not even lighter than the prayers of the priests. If he prayed for the sacrifice, the sea goddess would definitely hear it, because the blessing and favor of the gods was equivalent to deepening the connection between the two. The sea goddess could perceive Soren's prayer and even pay more attention to it than ordinary sea priests. As for whether the sea goddess liked his sacrifice and whether she would listen to his prayer, no one knew. After all, the sea goddess was also known to be temperamental. The terrible tsunami gradually dissipated. The frightened pirates raised their heads and looked forward. When they saw the figure of the sea goddess standing in the whirlpool, the black heads knelt down, and some people prayed in a trembling voice. The incarnation of the gods had come to the mortal world. The sea goddess did not come in person. It was just a temporary body made of seawater. She did not care about the mortals kneeling on the deck, but turned her eyes to Soren not far away. The gaze of the gods. As if there was endless pressure, the sea goddess glanced at Soren, and then seemed to be quite satisfied and nodded gently. She raised the trident in her hand and pointed forward, and then saw the three-headed sea snake with 3 heads curled up from the bottom of the sea. It seemed to have heard something, and gradually swam to Soren and lowered its head like a servant. The whirlpool gradually shrank. The incarnation of the sea goddess looked into the distance, and her brows seemed to be slightly frowning. Then her figure dissipated in the whirlpool and turned back into the blue sea water. Everything just now was like an illusion. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Now follow Kdred's WeChat public account. Chapter 361. P.S. Look at the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss. Listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese network's public account. Add friends on WeChat. Add public account. Type Kdred. And tell me quietly. Under the dark night sky, Soren stood on the dock of Raging Sand Island and looked into the distance. This night was destined to be a happy one and a sad one. Soren certainly defeated the pirate king Ashrod and unified the pirate forces on the south coast in one fell swoop. But because of today's battle, he completely offended the Nagasiren royal family and the Principality of Rossard. The Nagasiren royal family was a little better. As long as the sea goddess did not fall, these Nagasiren royal family would at most secretly make some small moves. They would not dare to blatantly attack Soren. But the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of the Principality of Rossard was hard to say. This woman was not only a legendary dragon disciple, but also mastered the resurrection spell, Life Hiding. The difficulty of killing her was almost the same as the difficulty of challenging a saint. The Nagasiren. Soren did not know much about them in his memory. He only remembered that they were a matriarchal society and there was once a god. But this god later became an evil creature. It seemed to be something called a banshee. In Soren's original memory, the Nagasiren did trigger some legendary level quests. But there was a powerful sea goddess above them, and all their actions ended in failure. In other words, they were an existence that could not make waves, so Soren did not pay much attention to them. At the same time, just as Soren was worried about the threat of the Nagasiren royal family and the future revenge of the Principality of Rossard, the Nagasiren priest in the Sea Temple was not having a good time. Because when she saw the incarnation of the sea goddess appear, she realized that she had done something wrong. She had always been afraid that Soren's power would be too strong, and eventually the Sea Temple would not be able to control him, and it would become a situation where they could not get rid of him. But the worry in her eyes was insignificant for the gods. The sea goddess did not care whether there was a pirate king outside the temple. She only cared about whether the pirate king was useful to her. If one were to look at it from this point of view, Soren played an important role in the battle. First of all, he killed the Swamp King who worshipped the demon lord of the abyss, Dagon. This was equivalent to clearing out the enemy's pawns in the sea and using the enemy's head to please the moody ocean goddess. After that, Soren opened up the outer islands. As the ocean goddess's blessing, Soren's actions of opening up the outer islands gathered a large number of people, which also meant that he was indirectly spreading her faith and accumulating a large number of believers. For example, many of the pirates believed in the goddess of the sea, but they were not fanatics. Then, Soren defeated Ashrod. This bloody massacre took place on the ocean. It could be understood as a sacrificial ritual for an evil god. The goddess of ocean was a god of the chaotic evil camp. Her joy and anger were unpredictable like the ocean. Therefore, she would not reject this kind of sacrificial ritual at all. On the contrary, she might even like it, from the beginning to the end. Although Soren was growing stronger, he also brought benefits to the goddess of the sea. In this way, the actions of the Nagasiren priest were a bit incompetent. The high gods would not feel that Soren was a threat. The one who felt that Soren was a threat was the Nagasiren priest. Therefore, all the actions of the Nagasiren priest to limit the development of Soren had become a reverse restriction on the expansion of the goddess of the sea's influence. If this was the case, the Nagasiren priest's current position was a bit dangerous. The goddess of the sea did not respond to her prayers. But at this time, she directly sent her avatar to help Soren through the crisis. This meant that Soren's position in her heart was higher than the Naga Siren priest who was in charge of the sea temple. Gods were very realistic most of the time. The goddess of the sea did not care how ambitious Soren was or whether he wanted to be higher than the Naga Siren priest. She only cared about whether Soren could expand her influence and spread her faith further. The Outer Islands were a breakthrough. If the Outer Islands became a breakthrough point of faith, she would have put a nail into the territory of the storm god. Soren was more useful than the Naga Siren priest. Now, after seeing the avatar of the goddess of the sea appear today, the Naga Siren priest gradually realized this in her heart. The goddess of the sea would not care whether Soren was stronger than the sea temple, because Soren's power was very weak compared to the sea temple. And for the gods, it was difficult to think that a mortal would be too strong to be a threat. The worry of the Naga Siren priest was not the concern of the goddess of the sea. On the contrary, her behavior during this time was very likely to cause the displeasure of the goddess of the sea. At the thought of this, the Naga Siren priest felt cold all over. She had always been worried that Soren's strength was too strong, and in the end, the sea temple could not control and restrain him. But she did not think that Soren's strength would gradually increase his status in the eyes of the goddess of the sea. He might even be on the same level as her. This was like Soren's power struggle between the half-elf first mate and the red-haired female pirate Adele. He didn't care who wanted to suppress who. What he cared about was who could do what he told them to do. So the half-elf first mate was promoted, and the red-haired female pirate who failed the mission was deprived of some of her power. Because for Soren, no matter how the two fought, they could not threaten his rule. The same was true for the goddess of the sea. A quiet night. Soren stood on the tower and looked at the night sky. The stars in the sky had become dimmer, and many stars looked gray. This meant that some gods could no longer stabilize their divinity. It would not be long before the divine kingdoms represented by these gray stars would be stripped, and then the gods in charge of these kingdoms would fall to the mortal world one by one. The time of troubles was coming. The stars under the night sky were getting dimmer and dimmer. Many people had noticed this and realized the coming chaos. Brother, Vivian's footsteps came from behind. The little girl was wearing a white dress. It seemed that she had changed her clothes today. Soren turned around and smiled. The little girl walked to his side, raised her little white hand, and held one of Soren's fingers. Just like when they were young, she stood beside him and whispered, "What are you thinking about? Since leaving Amber City, you like to look at the sky more than before." Soren reached out and hugged her petite body, kissed her gently on the forehead, and said softly, "Nothing." He looked up at the moon. The power of the Lady of Silver Moon was also declining, and the night did not seem to be affected much. Brother, Vivian leaned her little head on Soren's shoulder, and her little body sat on his arm. She whispered, "Vivian is grown up. I have become stronger than before. No matter what happens, I will be with you. Vivian can help you." Really? The little girl nodded seriously, and her expression was unprecedentedly serious. The moonlight was bright. Soren was smiling, holding the little Vivian tightly in his arms. He looked up at the moon and murmured in his heart, "Lady of Silver Moon, I don't know what fate will arrange. Can I avoid this battle with you?" New Moon Year 1677, September, late. The Witch of Fear, Lillian, died in the hands of the Lady of Silver Moon. There were only a few sons of fear left. The time of troubles officially began, and the saints of the gods tore the earth apart. It was now New Moon Year 1676, February, the middle of the year. In about 3 months, the first batch of gods with weak divine power would fall to the mortal world as saints, and demons would frequently appear all over the world. Soren had been walking fast enough, but he still felt that time was tight. From Amber City to the Outer Islands, although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, the time of troubles was getting closer and closer. When the gods with great divine power also fell to the mortal world as saints, it meant that the unprecedented time of troubles had officially begun. He used to like the moon very much. But when he knew Vivian's identity, the moonlight that represented the Lady of Silva Moon was a thorn in his heart. What a good event for a pie in the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Follow the official account of Dread now. Chapter 362. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Lord of the Abyss and listen to more suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. The next day, the whole Raging Sand Island was busy. Soren captured a large number of captives in this battle, and many pirates immediately surrendered when they saw that the situation was not right. In addition, the incarnation of the sea goddess appeared and eliminated the tsunami spell. So these pirates were even more in awe of Soren. However, because it was already late, Soren was worried that there would be trouble, so he could only lock them all up and block the warehouse of Raging Sand Island. Those were the materials that the pirate King Ashrod had transported. In addition to a large number of food and equipment, there was also kindler to reward his subordinates. It had to be said that Ashrod was indeed better than Soren when it came to accumulating wealth. This guy was in charge of the eastern route and had the support of the Naga royal family. At the same time, he also robbed Soren of the spoils of war from Devil Island. In the treasure house of Raging Sand Island, there were more than 200,000 kindler alone, and there were also a lot of pearls. There were special pearl divers in the east, and Ashrod probably collected hundreds and thousands of pearls in this way. Soren could not take this wealth for himself. Nearly half of it had to be used to reward his subordinates. After all, his subordinates had hundreds of casualties. In a naval battle, at most half of the people on a ship could survive if it was sunk. Occupying Raging Sand Island was just the beginning. The pirate King Ashrod had died in Soren's hands, so he naturally needed to take over the other party's territory. At the same time, because of occupying the eastern route, Soren's pirate leaders also had to be transferred. Managing the eastern route was a very time-consuming and laborious task. The pirate King Ashrod had been killed, but some of his leaders had survived, so it was inevitable that there would be resistance. Therefore, after some consideration, Soren decided to let the most capable half-elf first mate manage the eastern route. This guy was ruthless and decisive. In this period, he was the fastest candidate to stabilize the situation. As for the men assigned to him, the pirates under Scarface had suffered heavy casualties, and the one-eyed man was also a ruthless character. Both of them had to stay here to guard the eastern sea route. The men Soren left behind were all very murderous. The eastern sea route had just been taken over, and only a cruel rule could make others fear it. The fighting strength of these three guys was also top-notch. As for the others, Port Tylon, Shipwreck Bay, and Motor City could not be left aside. Soren had to promote another group of elite pirates to fill the vacant positions. Pirate King Ashrod had many spoils of war. However, Soren's loot might not even be comparable to the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the Duke of Red Dragon's wife when she was killed. This was because she had dropped legendary equipment after her death. Item type: Wizard Ring, +1. Item grade: Tier 1 Legendary. Item description: This is a very special sorcerer's ring. It can only increase spell slots by 1 circle. Legend has it that it was personally made by a special sorcerer. The owner of this ring was a crazy sorcerer. In order to increase the number of level 1 spell slots he had spent a lot of time to create this special legendary tier 1 item to memorize the Berserk Wizard's unique level 1 spell, Reckless Movement Curse. This item had fallen into the hands of many people, but in the end, only the frenzied wizard could exert its greatest power. Requirements: none. Effect: double the spell slots of 1 circle. This was the first legendary equipment dropped by the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. It was also a very famous legendary equipment. For the Berserk Sorcerer, this grade 1 legendary item was equivalent to an extremely powerful artifact. This was mainly because the Frenzied Wizard had a special Tier 1 spell called Frenzied Wizard. Frenzied Wizard, Tier 1 spell. A special spell that only the Frenzied Wizard can master. The power of chaos can cause unknown changes in magic. The Frenzied Wizard can try to use the Tier 1 spell, Frenzied Wizard, to replace any spells he can master, including the legendary spells he has mastered. However, the Frenzied Wizard must go through a difficult chaos test after casting the spell. If the chaos test is wrong, something unimaginable may happen. Note, you can use a chaos barrier to increase the success rate of the test. The Frenzied Wizard. A group of people who studied chaos magic and behaved like a lunatic. They were very few in number, and most of them died under their own spells. However, there were occasionally some terrifying Frenzied Wizards, especially after entering the realm of legends. They were a crazy existence that could single-handedly challenge a group of legendary wizards or turn over a plane in the abyss by themselves. Chaos had already seeped into their souls, and any spells cast by the Frenzied Wizard could be mutated. They could use their unique Tier 1 spell, Frenzied Wizard, to replace any spells. As long as they successfully passed the chaos test, they could cast as many spells as they wanted. In theory, if they were invincible, they were invincible. However, if they weren't lucky enough, the spell they cast could directly petrify them, turn them into frogs, or be struck by lightning, or some other strange and unimaginable things. Soren had only seen a few Frenzied Wizards alive so far. This legendary equipment was their artifact. It could double the number of Tier 1 spells they could cast, and then use it to simulate any spells they had mastered. For now, whether it was Soren or Vivian, they could not use it to its full potential, so it did not matter who held it. However, Vivian was a sorcerer and sorcerer, and her Tier 1 spell slots were calculated separately. If she wore this equipment, then Vivian's Tier 1 spell slots would increase by about 15. 15 Tier 1 spell slots. Even if it was used to memorize arcane missiles, the lethality would be quite amazing. So, unsurprisingly, this equipment was given to Vivian to wear. The second equipment was a bit more amazing. It was also a ring, but it was a famous ring, because it could be said to be the closest to a divine artifact, or even better. Item type: Lich Ring, +5, item grade. Tier 5 legendary item. Item description: this is a ring made by a legendary lich. It is engraved with an extremely complex magic formation. It can make the wearer immune to any poison, disease, and at the same time increase the wearer's resistance to charm spells and mind control spells. A special alchemy technique was used on this ring. It could strengthen the spellcaster's ability and increase their casting speed by 1 second when casting any spell. However, please note that this ring is shrouded in the power of the undead. There's a special curse on it that may reduce the wearer's vitality. Equipment requirements: Vitality 10 and above. Equipment special effect: Cursed item. After equipping, the wearer's vitality will be reduced by 2 points. The wearer cannot remove the ring after wearing it. Note: undead are immune to the effects of curses. Equipment effect 1. Poison immunity. This ring has a special power that allows the wearer to be immune to any poison attack. Whether it is an alchemy poison, a natural poison, or a poison attack caused by magic, the wearer will be completely immune to the damage caused by them, as well as other negative effects such as paralysis, rigidity, and so on. Equipment effect 2. Disease immunity. This ring has a special power that allows the wearer to be immune to any disease attack. Whether it is a disease caused by magic or a disease infected by the wearer, it will not have any effect on the wearer. Even the most terrible plague will not be able to threaten the wearer of this ring. Any disease spells will be ineffective on the wearer. Equipment effect 3. Increase the wearer's resistance to charm spells and mind control spells by 2 points. Equipment effect 4. Increase the casting speed by 1 point. Equipment effect 5. Additional level 6 spell slot, level 7 spell slot. Equipment effect 6. Greater haste can be used once a day. Equipment effect 7. Increase the wearer's magic resistance by 10 points. Equipment effect 8. Increase the wearer's regenerative ability. Base HP recovery rate per hour +1. Equipment effect 9. Defense level +2. That's right. This was the legendary Lich Ring. The highest level Soren had seen before was only +2, so when he saw the +5 Lich Ring, he was almost stunned. The value of this ring was simply immeasurable. It was a legendary item that could not be measured by money. It could be said that any of Soren's spoils of war paled in comparison to this ring. To a certain extent, it was even more powerful than a divine artifact. However, it was also very dangerous to carry this equipment around. This was because the prophecy spell could locate the wearer's position. Many wizards, dragons, and special life forms liked to use spells to track the wearer's position. It was fine if he wore in the base, but if he took it out, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife would most likely track him down. This was because its magic aura was too strong. It was strong enough to allow others to cross planes to locate it. This was equivalent to a divine artifact. Its existence might even be very interesting to the gods who knew about it. Therefore, after Soren recognized this equipment, the first thing he did was to ask the Fallen, which Kalina, to seal its magic aura. The Northern, which was proficient in prophecy spells and had many means to prevent others from tracking it down. Unless someone was bored enough to use a legendary prophecy spell to track it down, for the time being, no one could determine its position. As for the last equipment, compared to the +5 Lich Ring, it could simply be ignored. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and participate now. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Kdred's official account now. Chapter 363. The god was missing. This was an extremely rare thing, but once it happened, it meant that there was a major change. Although the half-elf god was only a minor divine power god, he was also a true god after all. As long as he stayed in his own divine kingdom, even a powerful god would find it very difficult to kill him. Because the divine kingdom was an independent world, they were the lawmakers in the divine kingdom, and no god would easily leave his kingdom. But now there was a result that no one expected. That was the half-elf god was not in his own divine kingdom. Gods rarely left their own kingdom. Even if they needed to appear in other worlds, they would at most send an avatar or use the body of a believer as a tool. Therefore, in the material plane, there were also saints in the half-elf church who could be the host of the gods. They had the ability to connect to the divine kingdom and could directly communicate with the half-elf god. But there was a problem. There was no trace of him in the divine kingdom of the half-elves. This weak god was not in his own divine kingdom. He was missing. None of the priests were able to contact this god, and none of their prayers were answered. Naturally, everyone had temporarily lost the ability to cast divine spells. This was a very serious matter. Although there were many Drool in the half-elves' homeland with Autumnfall as the center, the main force to protect the half-elves still came from the patron of the half-elves. His priests had been fighting against the orcs on the border of the wilderness, the ogres in the depths of the mountains, and the dwarves who were also not very friendly to the half-elves. The priests lost the ability to use magic, which was a devastating blow. So when they could not contact the god, the whole church began to operate frantically. This kind of thing had happened before. For example, the previous Mistress of Riches. After her disappearance, all the priests of riches were unable to cast divine spells. It was not until she returned that they were able to contact her. But at that time, the church had been weakened to the lowest point, and finally, the god was replaced by the successor. The disappearance of the god. It meant that he was likely to have fallen or fallen to other planes. This matter attracted the attention of many people, and even many legendary professions turned their eyes to the location of Autumnfall. As the priests lost their magic, Autumnfall urgently arranged a defensive line to prepare for the next possible attack. The fall of a god would inevitably cause an even more terrible chain of events. Whether good or evil, they would all be very interested in the followers he left behind. Right now, The most important thing for the half-elf church was to find traces of God's spirit. Because God's spirit's kingdom was still intact, he might not have fallen yet. Soren still had no idea what was going on in Autumnfall. In fact, he was very busy right now because swallowing the Eastern Sea route required a lot of manpower. At the same time, he also needed to supply materials to the outer islands while expanding his territory. This caused his finances to start to feel a little pressure. Pirate King Ashrod had left behind a lot of wealth, but not much of it could be converted into kindler. Soren had close to 300 warships of various sizes under his command, and close to 5,000 pirates under his command. Their living expenses were not small at all. The Eastern Sea route was cut off, and a problem was placed in front of Soren. That was, no matter what hatred he had in the past, he must negotiate with the Eastern pirates. Otherwise, this route would be useless. His fleet could not go to the Eastern Kingdom, and the Eastern Fleet could not enter the South Coast. Dang! There was a knock on the door. Come in. Soren put down the document in his hand and said in a deep voice. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked like a clerk came in. He bowed slightly and said, Your Excellency, this is the news that was recently sent. Please take a look. Soren nodded gently and said, Put it over there. Soon, the middle-aged man retreated. After reading the statistics of materials and spoils, Soren reached out and picked up the stack of intelligence documents. After a little glance, he focused on the information about Whiterun and Arendelle. The South Coast was a trade area, and the speed of information flow was not slow. Whiterun was still the same as before. The appearance of the Red Dragon had affected the trade on land, and it was now somewhat withered. Many people avoided Whiterun, so the city's business tax was reduced by more than 50%. Now that it was urgent to banish or kill the Red Dragon, the Parliament of Nobles also stood on the same side, hoping to attract powerful adventurers with a high reward. It would be best if it was a legendary-level team, so that they could deal with the Red Dragon. Unfortunately, none of the adventurers who went there returned. What a joke. That was an ancient Red Dragon. Soren couldn't even last one round against it. Even a team of legendary professions would be useless, because its strength was comparable to that of many gods. Whiterun is done for. Soren muttered to himself, put down the document, and whispered, No one can kill the ancient Red Dragon at present. Before the Avatar crisis begins, that place will be its territory. But this is good. With the interruption of land trade, maritime trade will become even more important. The second was information about Arendelle. After seeing the information above, Soren couldn't help but frown and murmured, Princess Royal is missing? She hasn't shown up for a long time. Princess Anna is now in charge of Arendelle. This is not good. Scenes of the past appeared in front of his eyes. Soren stretched out his hand and stroked the legendary curved sword, icing death, and slowly said, Arendelle's prosperity is entirely supported by the strength of Princess Royal alone. Now that she's suddenly disappeared for a long time, I'm afraid the situation of Arendelle is a little worrying. I don't know if she can handle it alone. Princess Royal's strength was unfathomable. But without the powerful Princess Royal, Arendelle's strength and wealth were not matched. She was not strong enough, but she had too much wealth. This was definitely a disaster. Now that Soren was far away on the south coast, he could not help much. He could only hope that Princess Royal would appear as soon as possible. After all, he always felt a little guilty for Princess Anna. He picked up a pen and wrote a paragraph on the information, asking others to pay more attention to Arendelle's situation. His intuition told him, if Princess Royal was really missing, Arendelle would be in chaos. The Battle of Raging Sand Island. Soren's harvest was still very rich. First of all, he got a lot of slaughter EXP, most of which came from himself, and a small part was provided by the mutant killer whale. Soren was also very surprised that the divine gift had such a function. Although the slaughter EXP he got was less than 10,000 points, it was an additional source. At present, he had accumulated 160,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough to upgrade the wizard profession level, but not enough to upgrade the shadow dancer level. It was a pity that he could not kill the Duke of Red Dragon's wife personally. The real bulk of slaughter EXP was on her. Killing her was conservatively estimated to give more than 100,000 slaughter EXP. As for the pirate king Ashrod, this guy only got less than 40,000 points. He was completely useless. No wonder he did not dare to fight the Swamp King. This guy's strength was no match for the Swamp King. The biggest gain in this battle was the legend point. After Soren defeated the pirate king Ashrod, he got the highest legend point in history. Battle of Raging Sand Island, legendary battle. In the middle of February 1676 of the New Moon era, you had a decisive battle between the pirate kings on Raging Sand Island. In the battle, you killed the pirate king Ashrod and defeated the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Your fame has spread throughout the world's seas. Most pirates have heard of your name. At present, you have become the most powerful pirate king on the south coast. At the same time, because of the appearance of the tsunami and the incarnation of the sea goddess, people from other forces have gradually increased their attention to you. The appearance of the incarnation of the sea goddess means that your existence has attracted the attention of some gods. Therefore, some existences in the legendary realm may pay more attention to you. Legend point plus 8. 8 legend points. Soren had never gotten such a high legend point. Especially the mention of the god's attention. It seemed to have a different kind of chill, which made Soren feel a burst of pressure. Entering the legendary realm, he was already qualified to be noticed by many gods, because the legendary realm was above the mortals. Being noticed by the gods in advance, he did not know whether it was good or bad, but he still had to go on. Soren had a clearer plan for the next step of his plan. Elemental stone, earth. Soren played with this legendary equipment that he first got, and his face showed a thoughtful expression, all the way until now. The role of this legendary equipment had been reduced a lot because there were fewer enemies who could force Soren to activate the stone skin. At the same time, summoning the earth elemental was not very useful in the sea, but it was not completely useless, because this legendary equipment was only a part of a certain item. This was a legendary difficulty chain quest, and the final loot was a shard of divinity. Elemental stone, earth, elemental stone, water, elemental stone, fire, elemental stone, air. For pieces of equipment combined into one. It was a grade 3 legendary item that could summon giant earth elementals, giant water elementals, giant fire elementals, and giant wind elementals at the same time. The giant elementals were second only to the legendary elemental elders. With Soren's current ability, he was qualified to try this challenge. Moreover, there was one equipment that Soren might need to go to the desert ruins to get, and that was the rogue's artifact, Cloak of Proof against detection. A legendary equipment that was immune to any detection spells. Chapter 364. Late February. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Soren was busy preparing when he finally received a response from the Eastern Pirates. The other party wanted to sit down and talk with him. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Soren was not the only one who lost when the Eastern Sea route was blocked. They also could not transport expensive goods from the east to the south coast in exchange for benefits. Compared to the fertile southern areas, the eastern desert covered a large area. Because of the energy left over from the Arcane Empire, the area of the eastern desert could reach up to 2/3 of its original size. Such a large desert area greatly limited the output of the eastern world. Trade was the most important source of income for the Eastern Pirates. The next morning, in the sea east of Raging Sand Island, Soren saw the fleet from the east. It was hard to believe that the largest force among the Eastern Pirates was actually a group of pirates controlled by a group of monks. Monks who followed the evil order. They could be seen among the desert bandits and Eastern Pirates. They were a very difficult enemy to deal with. This time, the one who was sent to negotiate with Soren was a monk, and it was a legendary monk. Because just as the dragon-headed warship approached, several figures flew out from the opposite Eastern pirate ship. These Eastern monks in martial attire directly landed on the sea, then stepped on the sea at high speed, and finally landed on the deck of the dragon-headed warship. Treading wave steps, The special skill of the Eastern monks belonged to a kind of secret skill that was similar to a secret skill. These monks had obvious Asian characteristics. It was not easy to describe them, but they looked 70 to 80% similar to the Indians. Soren stood on the deck with cold eyes. When the Eastern monk in front of him was looking at him, Soren was also observing the other party. This was a young legendary monk. At least in terms of appearance, he was not very old. His appearance was not much different from the Eastern people in Soren's memory. Although his skin was more Asian, his forehead, nose, and eyes had obvious Western characteristics. The other party's eyes were quite sharp, and there were thick calluses on his palms. The monks were proficient in hand-to-hand combat. It was not an exaggeration to say that their palms were like steel and iron. The most eye-catching thing about him was his skin, which had a faint golden hue to it. It was as if his yellow skin had reached a certain level and turned golden. Divine transcendence. It was a special ability unique to legendary monks. However, Soren still preferred to call it the diamond unbreakable body. This was because once a monk reached the legendary realm, they would be immune to diseases and poisons. At the same time, they would never age and would only die when their lifespan was up. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt them, and they also had an amazing resistance to magic. Legendary monks were one of the most difficult enemies to deal with. Sir, the legendary monk stared at Soren as if he couldn't believe that Soren was the legendary beheader. In terms of appearance, Soren was too young. In terms of strength, Soren didn't seem to have reached the realm of legends, at least for now. This was because a legendary profession soul would have a kind of sublimation. As a legendary monk with high perception, he could feel this. However, Soren's reputation was accumulated by the number of people he killed. Although the monk had doubts, he didn't show the slightest disrespect. Please, Soren stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture. At the same time, he glanced at the three monks behind him. All of them were advanced professions. The Eastern pirates were still so strong. When he traveled to the Eastern world, he saw many legendary professions. Maybe it was because of the energy mutation during the Arcane Empire, or maybe it was because the environment was too bad. Evil creatures, evil gods, and abominations often appeared in the Eastern world. There was a monk monastery that even Soren didn't dare to break into when he was at his peak. It was built directly on top of the nest of an ancient evil creature. Note, the name seems to be called Magic Sunflower, a terrible evil creature that ended an era. One of the teachings of the martial monks was to guard these ancient evil creatures. This was the same regardless of whether the monks were good, neutral, or evil. The monks of the three factions came from many different monasteries, but the essence of order still existed. Their mission was to prevent the chaotic and evil life forms from causing more damage. Even among the adventurers who were mainly active in the Eastern world, there were people who claimed that they had seen a legendary monk with a professional level of 40. Soren didn't believe this, because a professional level 40 monk's combat power was almost off the charts. Whether it was physical attacks or magic attacks, it was almost impossible to threaten him. Soren estimated that the most powerful monk in the Eastern world was only around professional level 30. Note, there was a legend that the massacre god's son who created lunar style and sun-fire style was professional level 40. This was his limit. Raging Sand Island. Soren was in the hall talking with the legendary monk from the east. However, no matter how fierce the fight was, they still had to sit down and negotiate in the end. Because the East Coast and the South Coast were very far away, it was impossible for them to fight to the death. There seemed to be sounds of argument coming from inside. However, Vivian didn't care about these things at all. She was more interested in the three bald monks outside because she had met one of them before and he had given her a small gift. Hey. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. She tilted her head and looked at the monks outside the door and said, "I've seen people like you before, but he seems to be much stronger than you." The monks outside the door didn't say anything and just looked at the little girl with surprise. Boring. Vivian pursed her lips as she looked at them. All of a sudden, she rolled her big eyes and said in a crisp voice, I heard that you guys have some very powerful combat skills. Do you dare to spar with my followers?" The three monks looked at each other, and one of them seemed to be eager to try. But when Vivian pulled out the candidate to compete with them, the monk's face immediately showed disappointment. He even looked a little bit dumbfounded. That's right. The candidate Vivian pulled out was Lulu Meow. Lulu Meow was wearing a pink dress today with a lot of sweet candies hidden in her pockets. As Vivian's little follower, she basically followed behind her all day. She was like her little tail. At this moment, Lulu Meow, who had just eaten a candy, was caught in front with a blank face and looked around doubtfully. "Don't underestimate her." Vivian snorted and curled her lips. "You might not even be able to beat her. Lulu Meow, fight with the bald guy in the front. If you win, I'll give you a holiday and buy you whatever you want to eat." Meow. When the feline girl heard that she could eat whatever she wanted, her eyes instantly lit up. Almost without thinking, she bent her body and turned into an afterimage as she pounced forward. Then, her sharp claws drew a cold light. Bang! Bang! In an instant, they exchanged 3 moves. Lulumo's petite figure flew out directly and then fell to the ground with a plop. She meowed with some grievance and looked at her dirty dress. Her eyes immediately showed a fierce light. She was angry. At the same time, the monk who had just fought with her looked at his chest with a stunned face. On his arm, chest, and abdomen, there were 3 faint bloodstains. The enemy's attack was not enough to threaten his life, but the speed was so fast that it made him speechless. As a monk with strong perception, he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the opponent's attack. In the end, although he shook off the cat girl who rushed over, he was also scratched in the chest. What kind of monster is this? The face of the high-grade monk became serious. He put his hands together and made a tiger posture. At the same time, his eyes were locked on the petite cat girl in front of him. Even a high-grade monk with the wind attack ability couldn't keep up with her attack speed. The cat girl in front of him indeed had the strength to challenge him. Vivian still had a playful expression on her face. It seemed that she was full of confidence for the next battle. It seemed that victory was in her hands. Chapter 365. Bang, bang, bang. What happened in front of them made the 3 monks feel incredible. Because among all the professions, no one could attack faster than a monk. More importantly, the monk's ultimate skill relied on continuous blows to destroy the opponent. But now the scene in front of them completely subverted their previous understanding. Because in front of them, a cat girl who looked like a little girl attacked faster than a high-grade monk. The dazzling attack was so fast that it challenged the retina's capture limit, especially the opponent's high agility and reaction ability. She could go up the 90-degree vertical wall by rubbing her hands and feet twice, and she could run directly against the wall. Even a martial monk had to master a unique lightness technique. What was this little cat girl's background? She was just another little girl's follower. So how strong was this little girl who looked very cute in a black princess dress? Bang, bang, bang. Lulu was once again shaken out. That's right. Although her attack speed was extremely fast, her weakness was also very obvious. That was, she did not have enough strength. As an agility were beast, Lulu had very high natural agility, but her strength was probably less than 8 or 9 points. Even when she grew up, it would only be 12 or 13 points. Lack of strength naturally meant lack of lethality. It was difficult for her to fight with the high-grade monk in front of her. Even if she attacked the other party, she could only scratch the skin of the other party. With such an injury, even if she attacked dozens of times, it would be difficult to make the other party lose his fighting power. Roundhouse kick. Being forced into a corner by the little cat girl in front of him, the high-grade monk finally felt a little embarrassed. He suddenly shouted, and his legs kicked out, setting off a gust of wind. The fierce whip kick directly blocked all the attack routes. No matter where Lulu attacked from, she had to take it. Meow. The little cat girl was very clever. Her natural fighting instinct made her aware of the danger, and she actually opened up a distance. Chain steps. Shot palm. As soon as the attack was interrupted by the brute force of the high-grade monk, a loophole immediately appeared. The monk in front of her shouted loudly. His figure suddenly sped up and dashed forward. He waved his palm, and the ferocious palm attack was mixed with a hidden force. If it hit the feline girl, her life might be in danger. At this moment, Vivian, who was watching the battle from the side, finally had a change in expression. Her small face revealed a rare look of nervousness and worry. Shadow leap. Just as the monk's palm of deterrence was about to hit her, Soren's figure suddenly appeared behind Lulu's back. His eyes were cold as he picked up Lulu and put her behind him. With a cold snort, he swung his fist and blocked the attack in front of him head-on. Bang! Soren's figure stood motionless in the same place, only slightly stiff for a moment. The high-grade monk took 3 steps back in a row and looked at Soren in disbelief. The other party was directly immune to the hidden force of the palm of deterrence. The other party's tenacity was so high that he was not like a rogue, but more like a legendary warrior. His attack just now was like a cow sinking into the sea. The legendary pirate king in front of him definitely had a physique far beyond that of ordinary people. This was very difficult for rogues because the direction of their training was more about their skills, not their own constitution. Stop! Soren snorted coldly, looked at Vivian with a slightly reproachful look, and whispered, Nonsense! You two go back. From today on, you're not allowed to go out. I'm going to put you in confinement for 2 days. The movement outside finally alarmed the people inside. Soren just went out and saw the scene in front of him. Vivian Lawless didn't know the depth of the high-grade monk, but Soren knew that some of their unique fighting skills were quite dangerous. That was why he had just appeared to take the attack. If he hadn't appeared to take the attack, Lulu would have been seriously injured and unconscious. A 7 or 8-year-old cat girl, no matter how talented she was, without the support of a profession, it was impossible for her to be the opponent of a high-grade monk. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause. The legendary monk's figure also came out. His expression seemed a little dignified, and he suddenly said, Your Excellency really deserves to be called the legendary beheader. Your strength is really impressive. That move just now, as a legendary profession, he could see a lot of things. First of all, Soren's tenacity was extremely high, almost comparable to a legendary warrior, and he was directly immune to the hidden force of the palm of deterrence. Then, there was Sauron's strength. He could take a normal punch head-on and force his subordinates back. His strength was not inferior to a purebred warrior. You flatter me. Soren turned around and stared at Vivian. The little girl seemed a little scared. She grabbed Lulu and whispered, I just want to use them to train Lulu. Besides, she still has a unique skill that she hasn't used yet. Soren frowned and said in a deep voice, Go back to your room. I'll deal with you later. At this time, the legendary monk in front of him suddenly seemed to have made a decision and said, Your Excellency, since we are arguing about the distribution of the Eastern Sea route, how about this? I'll compare notes with you. If you win, everything will be according to your requirements. If I win, then we will have the right to free trade on the south coast. Compare notes? Soren was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the monk and said in a deep voice, Okay. Sure enough, he didn't come with good intentions. This guy probably wanted to test his strength. In this case, he couldn't back down. Please. There was a hint of belligerence in the eyes of the legendary monk. He raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Then his palms glowed with a faint golden color. Combat energy strike. After the monk's profession level reached level 10, the palms would be made into +1 rare weapons. When the profession level reached level 13, the palms would be regarded as +2 rare weapons. After every 3 profession levels, the monk's unarmed attack ability would be strengthened. The legendary monk's hands were equivalent to +4 rare weapons and could reach up to +5. Some Eastern secret methods could train their hands into a metal-like structure. At that time, the monk's palms would be as strong as diamond. Combat energy strike was what adventurers called it. The original name of this ability was kill strike, a deadly attack ability. Shang. The legendary curved sword Icing Death appeared in Soren's palm. This level of competition didn't allow for any carelessness. Sometimes it couldn't even be done. Traceless steps. Facing the legendary pirate King Soren, the legendary monk didn't have the slightest carelessness. He started with a fierce attack and wanted to use the monk's wind attack to suppress the opponent. Penetrating shock palm. The legendary monk, who was proficient in unarmed attacks, approached at high speed and raised his hand to slap Soren's chest. Clang! The slightly golden palm hit the curved sword, and a force passed through the blade to Soren's body. He couldn't help but tremble as if he had been punched in the chest. This was a combat skill to deal with a warrior wearing full plate armor, but the monk actually used it to deal with a rogue. He was really careful. Sword form, spinning strike. The curved sword in Soren's hand drew a cold light and directly slashed toward the monk's waist. The legendary monk avoided the attack with an iron bridge, and at the same time, his legs swept toward Soren's crotch. Sweeping kick. Chain strike. Whirlwind kick. The legendary monk was proficient in continuous attacks, and the speed of the wind attack was simply dazzling. Sword form, beheading. In the face of the enemy's ferocious continuous attacks, Soren didn't panic at all. He was very clear about the monk's fighting style, which was to never show weakness. Once he retreated, he would be beaten until he couldn't fight back. He suddenly burst out and swung his sword toward the monk's head. As long as the monk kicked Soren's body, he would be exposed to the light of his sword. Moving step. Cloud ladder. In the face of Soren's counterattack, the legendary monk's expression became more and more serious. Although the enemy didn't use many abilities from beginning to end, it was these simplest moves that reflected the opponent's true strength. Incomparably powerful attributes, extremely high condition reflexes, astonishing dodging techniques, and an almost inhuman immunity. The penetrating shock palm, which could directly stun a warrior wearing plate armor, hit the monk's body like sinking into the sea. The figure of the legendary monk rose from the ground and rose to a height of 20 meters as if he was enchanted. His expression was quite serious, and he fell from the sky like a cannonball. At the same time, his palms slammed together, and a scorching breath emerged. Sun flame form. A group of flames visible to the naked eye exploded, and the scorching heat waves raged out. When the legendary monk waved his hand, a strong force also broke out and directly shook Soren's figure upside down. Cough! Soren retreated 7 or 8 meters in a row and suddenly rolled to stabilize his body. At the same time, he reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "I didn't expect to see this move again after so many years." Sun flame form. In the past, many people jokingly called it Nine Suns divine art, which showed how powerful it was. Sun flame form, lunar shadow form, traceless steps. The 3 ultimate moves of the legendary monk, who didn't know how many people died because of these moves. Evade sight, shadow leap. Soren's eyes became cold, and his figure escaped into the shadows as if he had completely disappeared. He was serious, because it was difficult for him to defeat a legendary monk in a head-on battle. P.S. Today's first update, there is one more update. Chapter 366. Whirlwind Kick. In the face of Soren's disappearance, the legendary monk's reaction was extremely fast. He stomped his foot and inserted it into the soil. Then a whirlwind kicked up a large area of soil, and then his legs kicked up a gust of wind. The wind blew the soil away in all directions, covering a range of more than 10 meters in front of him. As expected of a legendary profession with rich combat experience. If Soren stayed in the same place after entering the shadow, the raised dust would expose his trace. However, Soren was not an ordinary rogue. He could be said to have used all his strength against the legendary monk. After his figure entered the shadow, he instantly launched Shadow Jump and left his original position. The legendary monk retracted his leg and bounced back, not daring to stay in the same place. The raised dust did not find any trace of Soren. This legendary rogue had already lurked near him. Unless the other party moved first, even he could not determine the specific location of the enemy. The legendary monk put on a defensive posture. At the same time, he moved around a circle at high speed to avoid Soren finding his weakness. In fact, without the buff spell in advance, Soren's situation was slightly disadvantageous. Fortunately, the monks were all professions with high perception. In terms of attributes, Soren was likely to have a high advantage. The legendary monk had a strong instinct to dodge. Conventional sneak attacks were easy to be detected by them. To deal with this kind of enemy, one must use a wave of offensive to gain an absolute advantage. Shadow jump, shadow strike, sword form, waist cut. Soren's figure strangely appeared behind the legendary monk, and at the same time, he swung his sword toward the monk's waist. However, the legendary monk seemed to have expected his attack. He roared in an instant, and at the moment before Soren launched his attack, he instantly twisted his body and kicked toward him. Extraordinary perception. Monks had the highest perception to dodge, and their perception of threats was quite amazing. Tiger out. Shadowless kick. Suddenly, the legendary monk's legs turned into a blur and swept towards Soren's head in astonishing speed, almost sealing off all of his escape routes. Evade sight. Shadow leap. Soren's figure disappeared once again, but this time he didn't put too much distance between them. Summon shadow. A distorted shadow suddenly emerged from the legendary monk's shadow. It directly rushed over and entangled the enemy in front of it. Although the distorted shadow couldn't threaten the legendary monk with the divine body, it could hinder his movement. Shadow leap. Soren's shadow step in Shadow Realm was an important skill that allowed him to use Shadow Step in Shadow Realm. Once again, he appeared behind the legendary monk. Vampiric touch. Shadow strike. Sword form, beheading. Soren's figure appeared out of thin air, and at the moment of contact with the enemy, he activated Vampiric touch. At the same time, a cold light appeared on his curved sword, and he instantly slashed the head of the enemy in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The legendary monk's palms turned golden in an instant. He actually used both hands to block Soren's attack, making a sound like metal colliding. A trace of blood dripped down. The sharpness of the curved sword was far beyond his expectations. With a click, half of the palm fell to the ground. Your Excellency is indeed extraordinary. The legendary monk immediately made a decision and jumped back. In an instant, he was more than 10 meters away. His voice trembled slightly because of the pain. He bowed slightly and said, I admit defeat. From today on, the profit distribution of the eastern route will be according to your Excellency's request. 3 high-level martial monks guarded him on his left and right. All of them were in a fighting posture. In fact, when half of the legendary monk's palm was cut off by Soren, they had already approached quickly. Who? Soren stood in place and looked at the opponent. There was still some killing intent in his eyes. He looked at the opponent silently for a while, then took back his curved sword and said in a deep voice, Very good. Monks rarely used equipment. This was their biggest weakness. Even the legendary monk could not withstand the sharpness of icing death. As long as he had no chance to dodge, Soren's chances of winning would increase. The legendary monk covered the wound on his broken hand. His expression did not show much emotion. He just bowed and said, Then everything is settled. I will convey your Excellency's request to the monastery. Goodbye. After that, the legendary monk did not look at the half of the palm cut off on the ground. He turned and left with the others. It was not until he walked out of the courtyard that he breathed a sigh of relief. At this distance, there were not many people who could stop him. It was not until this moment that he realized that his back was oozing cold sweat. If he had not immediately admitted defeat and retreated, he would have been cut down by Soren because the opponent obviously still had a trump card. The legendary rogue's shadow crossing ability was more than that. He did not even force the opponent to use his legendary ability. In fact, Soren had not yet mastered the fighting skills of a legendary rogue. He had already used up Shadow Jump, shadow jump, and shadow summoning. But the legendary monk did not know that at this moment. He thought that Soren still had some strength left. Such an enemy was really terrible. The legendary monk secretly made up his mind. When he went back, he would tell the monastery about his danger and try not to conflict with the rising pirate king. Brother. Vivian, who had been standing next to him, came over with a murderous look in her beautiful big eyes. She said in a crisp voice, "Why didn't you kill him just now? He injured you just now." Soren stared at her and said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Do you know how strong the monastery behind him is? It's an organization that has guarded the ancient evil for thousands of years. Even the Church of the Gods has no advantage against them." The mission of the monks was to guard the evil. As professionals in the lawful camp, they had a lot of strict doctrines. This group of people may not be kind, but they had always been maintaining the order of the world. Soren had no intention of going to war with them at all. There were also rogues in the Eastern world. Once a full-scale war started, Soren might not be able to win against those monks and rogues. "Go back." Soren glanced at Lulu, who had a small mouth next to him, and said in a deep voice, "Don't mess around like this in the future. Lulu is still a child, and you let her fight with a high-grade monk. What if something happens? Tomorrow, Darkblade will teach her fighting skills. You go back to the Outer Islands this afternoon. Gloria is setting up a portal to the Shadow Plane. Go back and help her set up a teleportation barrier." When the little girl heard this, she suddenly felt a little wronged and pulled Lulu away. He clearly won the fight, okay? This stupid Lulu didn't know to use a big move at the beginning. Otherwise, the high-grade monk might not have had a chance to attack. Note, Drizz's part-time job was Marikai, forest goddess Ronin. This was also an advanced profession from the Eastern world. Most of them were advanced by rangers or rogues. Chapter 367. In the blink of an eye, it was already March. There was only a year and a half left before the start of the Avatar crisis, and there were only about 20 months left before the fall of the goddess of magic. Soren always felt that something was chasing him from behind. Even though he had walked fast enough, he still felt that there was not enough time. Especially after the news of the demigod vampire defeating the Fear Church came back, Soren's sense of crisis became stronger. According to the original historical track, it should be the awakening of the Witch of Fear, Lillian, and then she controlled the Fear Church and eventually set off a tragic massacre. But now the Fear Church's control had become the demigod vampire, and a massacre seemed to be coming. Vivian was sent back to the Outer Islands. Soren could not take the risk of further awakening her fear divinity, because as the boundary of the plane became more and more loose, the higher demons could break through the plane barrier and come to the material plane in at most half a year. The devils had already appeared, and they bewitched the mortals to provoke wars. The arrival of the higher demons was only a matter of time. During this time, the number of demon followers appearing in the material plane had become more and more frequent, and some evil organizations were carrying out taboo, sacrificial rituals. Relatively speaking, the South Coast, which had just experienced a war, was quite calm. The news from all sides was not very good. The orcs had shown signs of moving south, the half-blood orcs launched a raid, and the internal friction of the human principalities increased. Even the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who had just fought with Soren, was involved in the war to suppress the rebellion. It seemed that since March, the conflicts that had accumulated over the past 6 months broke out, and at least 7 places on the whole continent broke out in wars. There was also news from Autumnfall. Soren heard that the half-elf god had disappeared, and the priests who believed in him could no longer obtain divine spells. He did not remember where the god fell to, but he remembered that he finally died in the Underdark. With the fall of this weak god, the attitude of the world towards the gods gradually changed. Everything was normal on the eastern route. The mission of the monks' monastery was to suppress those ancient evils. At least before the destruction of the demon army, many powerful monks lived in seclusion all over the world. This was their tradition. Just like the fist Master Soren had met, he should also be cultivating somewhere. The Eastern Sea route was used to provide for the monastery's consumption. Cultivating monks also required a large amount of resources, and many secret techniques required expensive medicinal herbs to practice. Soren knew his limits. This was because he was a member of the Order faction. Coincidentally, the monk was also a member of the Order faction. Both of them valued order and rules. The person in charge of the East Coast was the half-elf first mate. He was a ruthless and decisive person. With him in control of the Eastern Sea route, nothing would happen in the short term. Therefore, after entering March, Soren prepared to return to the Outer Islands. He had to prepare for the next step. Establishing a foundation in the Outer Islands was for the next step, and the next step would be to fight against the Divine Saints. Even if Soren did not clash with the other gods, the battle between him and the Dread Lord was inevitable. He was dead. However, he wasn't completely dead yet. What Soren needed to do was to completely destroy the Dread Lord so that he could no longer threaten Vivian's safety. There were a total of 4 elemental stones. The Earth Elemental Stone was near the Elven Kingdom, the Water Elemental Stone was in the Frost Kingdom, and the Fire Elemental Stone was in the desert. Soren was very clear about the approximate location of these 3 places, but he only knew that the last Gas Elemental Stone was in a very dangerous area. This was a legendary level chain quest. Soren obtained the Earth Elemental Stone by luck. He still remembered the huge rock giant that rushed out from under the elemental altar when they finally left. That was the real guardian. After the 4 elemental stones were combined, the level would be further improved, and finally, there would be a summoning spell close to the legendary level. Elemental Legion. In the past, this quest was completed by piling up human heads. A total of 3 groups of high-grade professions died. With Soren's current strength, he should be able to try to complete it alone. After all, his equipment was far beyond the standard at that time. The first destination was the Frost Kingdom. The situation in Arendelle seemed to be a bit bad, so Soren planned to go and take a look. He was a person who valued promises very much. The altar of the Water Elemental Stone was only about 100 kilometers away from Arendelle. There were many active ice trolls nearby. He was going to cross the north to get there, and he would pass by Arendelle on the way. Then the next stop was the Desert of Death. His first goal was to get the Fire Elemental Stone, and then find a way to get the Rogue's artifact, Cloak Against Detection. This was the core equipment to fight against the Saints. As for the last elemental stone, he might need Gloria and others to go together, because that place was a bit dangerous. Soren might fail miserably if he dealt with it alone. The 4 elemental stones could unlock a seal, and the reward was a shard of divinity. If it also had divinity, then the final function was to transform someone into a demigod. Whether it was Vivian or Soren now, they could use this shard of divinity to advance into a demigod. Therefore, Soren was determined to get this shard of divinity. After all, this was one of the few ways he knew to get a shard of divinity without killing God. To be honest, even if he joined forces with everyone now, he was not confident to fight against a weak divine spirit saint. Because the demigod and above were immune to the legendary spell, Time Stop. Without Vivian's ultimate skill, Time Stop, the success rate of fighting against a divine spirit saint began to plummet. This was the same even if they had the spell, Melf's Minute Meteor. After all, this spell could only help them break through the protection of the divine spirit's law, but could not directly kill the divine spirit saints. Returning to the Outer Islands again was very different. The size of Port Mordor had doubled, and there were 2 more unfinished, magnificent buildings next to it. They were the Sea Temple and the Wealth Temple. The 2 churches seemed to be secretly competing with each other. The materials used to build the temples were extremely expensive, and many of them had to be transported from other places across the sea. People were sometimes so realistic. The more majestic the temple was, the more likely it was to attract believers. According to this progress, it was impossible to build a temple in a year or 2. The merchant ships from the City of Wealth had approached, and the trade of the Outer Islands had attracted many people. Especially now that the war on land was getting more and more serious, The outer islands would help expand the influence of the goddess of wealth in the field of trade. The city of Mordor was still the same. It was just that the scale was larger. At the same time, green sprouts emerged from the cultivated land in the south. Spring wheat had been planted. Even if it was not a bumper harvest this year, it could ensure self-sufficiency. Soren had a lot of things to do in a short time, but no matter how many things he had to do it step by step. In the afternoon, groups of slaves were gathered, and the city of Mordor now had nearly 2,000 or 3,000 slaves. Soren stood on the high platform and looked down at the slaves below, then nodded to the red-haired female pirate next to him, and then nearly 30 slaves were brought out. I'm a person who values promises. Soren looked down at the slaves in front of him and also looked at the others. His eyes swept over the drow warrior next to him. He could feel that the other party was avoiding his sight because he was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the drow some time ago. Pada. Soren walked in front of these slaves. In front of them were two slave brothers who looked a bit like each other. They were the people saved by Vivian. Those who work hard should be rewarded. I'm not a stingy master. Soren looked at these slaves. Their expressions were a little panicked. Only the two brothers at the front were surprised because Vivian had promised that some of them would be rewarded. As your master, Soren looked down at the more than 30 slaves and said in a deep voice, I give you freedom. From today on, you'll get the identity of the residents of Mordor and have your own house, property, and family. Come on, untie their shackles. There was a cry of surprise. The slaves present could not help but raise their heads with an incredulous expression on their faces. They were free? How is this possible? But the next scene made them realize that this was not a joke, because the city guards next to them untied the shackles of more than 30 slaves, and then threw a piece of rough linen clothes to them. Except for the two brothers standing in front, the other slaves were still surprised because they did not expect Soren to give them freedom. These people who were given freedom were all docile slaves. Most of them were from the mainland, and only 3 of them were indigenous slaves. The so-called freedom naturally did not mean that they could come and go. They were just given the identity of the residents of Mordor, and then had the right to house, property, and form a family. These people still had to work for Soren. It was just that they did not have to squeeze in stinky cages, and they did not have to be whipped by the guards. They could earn their own private wealth, and at the same time, live a life far better than other slaves. Freedom? Relative freedom was also freedom. Soren had given them the greatest gift, so they did not need to think too much. Take them down. Soren turned and glanced at the red-haired female pirate and said in a deep voice, There is a house for them in the north. From tomorrow onwards, they will not have to work with other slaves. Those with special skills will be assigned to other places, and those without special skills will be arranged to work at the port. These two people are very talented in farming, so let them be in charge of farming. Slaves. Population. There was still a difference between the two. Soren's next step was to turn the slaves of Mordor into a population. Of course, they must be docile slaves. Those natives who were difficult to discipline would naturally be dealt with by the drows. Chapter 368. After such a long time, Gloria finally stabilized the teleportation circle that connected to the shadow plane. She opened a barrier that allowed people to come and go freely and, at the same time, closed the portal at any time. The teleportation circle was full of magic traps, and even legendary professions could not sneak in quietly. Exploring the shadow plane was a very time-consuming thing because neither Soren nor Gloria could take down the wizard tower. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the guards on the first floor of the wizard tower. 3 diamond golems, a magic construct, and a powerful Thaling that was responsible for operating the wizard tower. Soren had one last preparation before he left. That was the level 5 spell teleportation. Gloria had set up a transmission mark in Mordor City. As long as Soren learned the level 5 spell, he could come back from thousands of miles away. This was the biggest advantage of being a wizard. Unfortunately, it was difficult to master teleportation, and Soren Might even need to take him on the road to learn it. There was no other way. There were too many spells that a wizard needed to learn, and the difficulty was not low. With his talent, he was already fast enough. With the completion of the teleportation circle, Soren finally came to the shadow plane again. But this time there were more people, not only Soren, Vivian, and Gloria, but also Fallen Witch Corinne. Corinne had done a lot of research on the Arcane Empire, and she was even more proficient in some aspects than Gloria. Gloria had been here before, but she didn't get close. However, it was the first time for Fallen Witch, so when she saw the wizard tower in front of her and the huge magic lock, she couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful magic lock. I'm afraid it's stronger than a magic lock in the north. It's just that its power has declined, and many parts have not been opened. Soren didn't say anything. In this regard, the two Orthodox witches had more right to speak. You're really a variable in fate. Fallen Witch's eyes brightened, as if there was a glimmer of hope. She murmured, maybe there's what I'm looking for here. If I don't have to go to the Nirvana mechanical mirror, then I can... She paused for a moment, then frowned slightly, and said, the Sorcerer Tower is still operating, although the energy consumption is very serious. But I can feel that the magic lock is still supplying energy to the element pool. This wizard tower has been running for so many years, there must be a Thaling in charge of maintenance. They approached the magic lock. Sauron's memory was excellent. He led them along the same path as last time, through the magic lock, and approached the wizard tower. Alert! Warning! However, as soon as they got close to the tower, a mechanical voice. Intruder detected. Intruder detected intruder. Combat state activated. Guardian Golem, charge. Not. Sauron's face changed drastically in an instant, and he said solemnly, retreat. It's dangerous here. As soon as his voice fell, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Then, 3 extremely tall diamond golems appeared, locked onto them, and quickly rushed over. Retreat. Soren jumped back, and the others followed. The diamond golem's resistance was very high. Even a legendary spell might not be able to break them. It was even more difficult to deal with them by relying on melee. Even Gloria's wizard tower didn't have such a top-level golem. This won't do. Fallen Witch followed them out of the magic lock and said, the first layer of defense is so strong, it's impossible for us to enter. There must be a half-plane in a wizard tower of this level, and I'm afraid there are countless dangers. Even the Eye of the North may not be able to come back alive. We have to find a way to cut off its energy supply. Speaking of which, Gloria and her mother couldn't help but look at the location of the magic lock. The magic lock was not only a large-scale defense facility, but also a part of the energy supply. The total energy consumption of a wizard tower was very large. If converted into electricity, it would require at least a nuclear power plant to maintain the supply. Therefore, as a defense facility, the magic lock also bore a part of the energy consumption of the wizard tower. As long as the wizard tower in front of them was still operating, even a legendary team may not be able to enter alive. Is there a way to cut off its energy supply? Gloria gently lifted her long hair and turned to look at her mother. She was obsessed with the knowledge of the Arcane Empire, and she should be the most familiar with it among the people present. Fallen Witch slightly frowned, looked at the huge magic lock in front of them, and slowly said, it's very difficult, but we can try, but we have to break this ancient magic lock. This may take a long time. As long as there is no wizard controlling it, the wizard tower will only operate according to the original set program. Thaling shouldn't have the authority to take over the magic lock, so we have a 50% chance of breaking this magic lock. This time, the exploration was fruitless. The Diamond Golem and Thaling were a solid line of defense. Soren could barely deal with 1 Diamond Golem, but if 3 Diamond Golems attacked at the same time, even a legendary warrior wouldn't be able to withstand a round of attacks. If they wanted to explore this wizard tower, they had to cut off its energy supply. Therefore, they had to cut off its energy supply. The adept tower that maintained its operation was too terrifying. If they rashly went in, there was only a slim chance of survival. As long as the energy supply was cut off, the guardian golems would not be able to operate. The defense system in the wizard tower would be automatically removed. It would only rely on the energy stored in the elemental pool to maintain a small part of the defense program. The technology of the Arcane Empire had a high demand for energy. This was similar to modern technology. Without electricity and fuel, many things would become decorations. At that time, the difficulty of exploration would plummet. Soren didn't have any impulsive thoughts of taking risks in this kind of legendary challenge, because his bloody experience in the past told him that anything related to the Arcane Empire couldn't be taken lightly. So everything had to be planned in the long run. Gloria and others were responsible for unlocking the magic lock and cutting off the energy attack of the wizard tower, while Soren was ready to set off to find the other 3 elemental stones. If he could collect them, not only could he get a piece of Shard of Divinity, but he could also summon an elemental legion to replace the warriors as expendable cannon fodder when exploring the wizard tower. Therefore, in the middle of March, Soren embarked on the road to the north. This time, he wanted to cross the north, fly over the rolling mountains, and enter the Frost Kingdom. He had memorized the teleportation coordinates. As long as he mastered the 5th Circle's teleportation spell, he could return to the Outer Islands at any time. This was the convenience of being a wizard. Chapter 369. This time, Soren left after making full preparations. Before leaving, he drew a further blueprint for the Outer Islands. According to his original layout, the population of Mordor City was about 50,000 people, which was already a large city in the current era. The port was still operated by the Church of Wealth and the Sea Church. Soren paid more attention to the land, and his future focus was also on the land. When his strength had accumulated to a certain extent, he might directly go to Treasure Island, where the wealth was enough to easily replace the overseas trade. After all, no matter how profitable the trade was, it was not as profitable as mining gold. In the future, it would be quite difficult to change from a pirate to a higher class without the support of a gold mine. Note, Treasure Island was mentioned before, and the Outer Islands have rich mineral resources. It was much more convenient to travel alone. Soren directly drove the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, along the overseas route to Shipwreck Bay. There was no need to resupply on the way. After a little inspection of the slave black market, he went to the north. The north was located in the northwest of the continent. The Frost Kingdom was located in the northernmost position, so Soren's voyage this time was quite long. If he wanted to collect the other 3 elemental stones, he would need to travel almost half of the continent, from the south to the north, from the north to the east, and finally across the Desert of Death into the Underdark, because the last elemental stone was somewhere in the Underdark, a place where he might encounter a beholder. Back in the north again, Soren's mood was very different. He landed from the deepwater port and left the ghost ship in the nearby sea. The port was still bustling with noise and excitement. However, in the noisy crowd, there were many more people with weapons. Even some half-grown children had a dagger hidden in their waists. Soren could not help but frown slightly. He walked along the road and saw many wanted posters as he approached the gate of the deepwater port. There were humans, dwarves, and lizardmen. The security here seemed to have deteriorated a lot compared to the last time he was here. Dozens of arrest warrants of various sizes were pasted on a notice board. The guards in charge of patrolling were also much more nervous than before. They were not as lazy as they used to be. The Adventurers Guild was more lively than before. There was even a bulletin board outside with many tasks written in bright red. For example, the few pieces in front of him. 100 miles south of the deepwater port, ancient Tree Town has been attacked by the dark-scaled lizardmen. The number of enemies is small, and the danger level is C. The mission reward is 1,200 Kindler coins. This is an emergency mission. There will be additional rewards after completion. Ogres have appeared near Faulkner Town. Recently, people have been disappearing one after another. The mayor wants to ask someone to investigate this matter and determine the number and traces of the ogres. The reward is 300 Kindler coins, and there will be additional rewards for assisting the town guards in killing the ogres. Yesterday, the Deepwater port found a strange fog in the nearby waters. Some merchant sailors said that they had seen traces of the ghost ship. This is a special mission. Anyone with clues will be rewarded. Mission difficulty, B rank. Perhaps it was because the timeline was getting closer and closer to the time of turmoil. The Adventurers Guild had issued more quests than before. However, what made Soren feel a little bit dumbfounded was that there were more than a dozen bulletin boards outside, and the difficulty of the missions ranged from F to C. The only B-rank mission was to investigate the strange fog that appeared in the Deepwater port yesterday. Needless to say, it must be because of Soren's arrival. Before he got close, he activated the fog summoning ability of the dead man's voice, but he didn't expect that the nearby sailors still saw a trace of it. That was why today's B-rank mission was a special investigation mission. It was really surprising to think about it. Soren also received missions from the Adventurers Guild in the past, but he didn't expect that one day he would also receive a difficult investigation mission. There was a team gathering outside the city gate. Before Soren walked out of the town, he saw the militia training. Most of them were adult men, and there were many 15 or 16-year-old children. In previous years, the militia training would not be conducted in March, which was the busy period of farming. The training would be conducted during the slack period after the wheat harvest. Therefore, as long as someone took a look at the situation, they could guess that there was a problem with the security nearby. Something big must have happened nearby for the militia to be urgently trained. Otherwise, how could there be such a time to plant spring wheat? Soren did not stay here. In fact, he had already been mentally prepared for the arrival of chaos. A catastrophe was far more than what he saw in front of him. When the real chaos came, it would be the real outbreak of the disaster. If there were no accidents, Soren should arrive in the Frost Kingdom tomorrow, but just after he left the Deepwater port, a little accident happened. He saw a pile of corpses. Strictly speaking, it was a pile of corpses that had been dead for a while, and the corpses had basically begun to rot. The reason why Soren was alarmed was the stench that came from here. Corpses were not rare in this era. If it were just corpses, Soren would not care at all. However, these corpses had a distinct feature that made Soren stop. Their eyeballs were all dug out. Strictly speaking, their eyeballs were taken out. Bloody eye sockets, the eyeballs of all the corpses had been taken out. There were signs of battle on their bodies. Judging from the signs of struggle in some places, some of them had their eyeballs dug out while they were still alive, and then their throats were slit by the enemy. It was a very familiar killing method. Soren glanced at these corpses and could not help but murmur. The Unseen? Has this group of people appeared? The Unseen. A Cthulhu church that was not very powerful but not weak either. They believed in an Cthulhu without eyeballs. These people liked to dig out the eyeballs of their enemies after defeating them, or sacrifice to the Cthulhu they believed in with a massacre. Finally, they would dig out the eyeballs of the people they killed as a sacrifice. The reason why Soren knew them was very simple. He had received a mission to investigate another Cthulhu church. That Cthulhu church was called the Blind. There were certain similarities between the two fallen evil organizations. Soren had encountered the followers of the Unseen when he was investigating the Blind. Evil people. When Soren looked at these corpses, he pondered for a moment and was about to leave. Suddenly, a spell that made him extremely uncomfortable appeared, and then the Paladin's signature spell, Detect Evil, fell on him. It was as if a mine was triggered. Soren's body exploded with an extremely rich blood-red light in an instant. As the most powerful pirate king on the south coast, Soren's hands were now covered in blood. Although he brought order to the south coast and made the lives of ordinary merchants much more stable. But it was undeniable that he controlled the black market trade, the slave trade, and squeezed other merchants for protection money. Therefore, no matter from which point of view, the evil aura on Soren's body was very strong. In this world, there is only one kind of person who would cast Detect Evil on others without even asking. That was the Paladin. Soren's body showed a trace of murderous intent. If there was anything in this world that he hated the most, It was undoubtedly the paladin who cast Detect Evil on others. So at this moment, he had the urge to kill. But what he didn't expect was that the paladin in front of him was the first one to shout die. It was a young and handsome man. He looked like a noble because he was wearing a gorgeous full body armor. After he cast Detect Evil on Soren, he had a righteous expression on his face and directly slashed at him with his sword. At first glance, this paladin didn't have much combat experience. The distance between the two hadn't closed, but he had already begun to accelerate. Soren could even see the trajectory of his attack with his eyes closed. This was a rookie who lacked experience. He estimated that his profession level was around grade 3, and if he wasn't wrong, it should be around grade 12. From the color of the magic aura, Soren didn't belong to the kind of people who committed heinous crimes. Therefore, after seeing such a rich blood-red light, the paladin didn't hesitate to attack. In his opinion, Soren belonged to the kind of sinner who should be judged directly. Don't be impulsive. Come back. You're crazy. Don't throw Detect Evil. A female voice came from behind the young paladin, and there were 2 or 3 other mixed voices. It seemed that this was a team of adventurers. The paladin seemed to have taken over the role of a warrior. They looked like a team of adventurers who had accepted a certain mission. And the paladin in front, after seeing the pile of corpses and Soren standing next to them, his first reaction was not to ask, but to throw out Detect Evil. What the F***CK? With a clang, Soren instantly pulled out his curved sword, icing death, and then rushed forward at high speed like a monk. After swinging his sword to block the paladin's attack, he slashed at his head. No! There was a cry of alarm. 3 figures rushed out from the side of the woods. One of the female voices sounded familiar to Soren. There were quite few people who could make him feel familiar. So after a moment of hesitation, he twisted his sword and replaced the blade with the back of the sword. Clang! Thump! The young paladin was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground like an onion. Soren turned to look at the 4 adventurers who were approaching. He glanced at them and immediately found a familiar figure. Annalyn, the young priestess who had helped them in Amber City. P.S. That's all for today. Chapter 370. Swoosh. A sharp arrow flew out from the front. Soren's ears moved slightly, and he frowned. In an instant, his hand moved as fast as lightning, and in front of the other party's incredulous expression, he directly caught the arrow with his bare hands. Catching an arrow with his bare hands, there was dead silence all around, and the thief who had just shot an arrow could not help but open his mouth wide. He had just seen the paladin being stunned by Soren, and without thinking much, he shot an arrow to avoid the enemy. But he did not expect that the other party could catch the arrow with his bare hands. It was almost instantaneous. The adventurer team in front of him realized that all of them together might not be a match for this man. Soren looked at the group in front of him. A paladin, a priest, a rogue, and a ranger. The last person was wearing a robe, so it was hard to tell, but the probability of him being a spellcaster was very high. He was either a wizard or a warlock. This was a standard adventurer team. The paladin and the ranger replaced the warrior and barbarian. The rogue looked like a veteran, and his reaction was the fastest among all of them. This kind of adventurer team configuration was enough to deal with most situations. The expression on the young priest's face changed very quickly. At first, it was worry and surprise, then doubt and contemplation, and then there was a look of shock on her face, because she recognized Soren in front of her. Half a year. Soren's appearance did not change much. What really changed was his aura. From a lowly thief in Amber City to the most powerful pirate king on the South Coast. The changes that happened to him made his aura completely different. You. The young priest could not help but take a step forward in surprise. The rogue next to her was very alert and pulled her back. And Leah still had an expression of disbelief and murmured, "You are Soren?" They knew each other? Hearing the young priest in front of them call out Soren's name, the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because the man in front of her was unbeatable. If they knew him, they might be able to avoid this battle. Even though they hadn't fought yet, the other adventurers in the party were already drenched in cold sweat. Soren had taken countless lives along the way, and this kind of murderous aura was not something adventurers of their level could handle. Not to mention, Soren also had the terrifying gaze of divinity. If it was someone with a slightly weaker willpower, they might have been so scared that their legs would have gone soft. Clang! Soren sheathed his curved sword and looked at the priestess in front of him. He nodded and said, "Long time no see. You." The priestess had a complicated expression on her face as she slowly said, "You're not dead. This is great. After what happened that day, I've been worried about you and Vivian's safety. But when I went to the slums the next day, it was already in ruins. I searched for a long time, but I couldn't find any trace of you. Is Vivian okay?" The expression on Soren's face softened a little, and he said softly, "Vivian is fine. We've already left Amber City a day in advance." The priestess's face was full of doubts. It seemed that she had a lot of questions in her heart, such as why Soren would appear here, and how did his strength become so strong in just a little more than half a year. After such a big incident in Amber City, she also put in double the effort and finally became a grade 3 priestess. But now, it seemed that she might not be able to win against Soren. Soren didn't mean to say too much. He glanced at the other adventurers in the party and said in a deep voice, "Are you here because of other missions, or are you here to investigate the unseen?" Silence. Facing Soren's question, the others were obviously silent. The priestess's face was a little hesitant. She gritted her teeth and said, "We receive a mission to investigate their identity. Are they called the Unseen? Do you know their identity? You don't even know the situation of the Unseen?" Soren shook his head after hearing this sentence. He didn't know if they were too bold or eager to die. He said in a deep voice, "If it's really to investigate the Unseen, I suggest you go back now and ask the higher-ups to send high-grade professions. With your current strength, it's okay if you can't find them. But if you find them, I'm afraid none of you can go back alive." Alarmist talk? Or is it true? Soren's words made the others' faces dignified. The ranger and the thief next to him looked at each other and bowed slightly. "Your Excellency, do you know their situation? These people have killed many ordinary people. Recently, some people from the church have been investigating them. With Soren's strength, whether good or evil, he was worthy of them calling him Your Excellency." Soren looked down at the unconscious paladin, thought for a moment, and said, "The Unseen. An organization that believes in evil gods. They like to dig out the eyeballs of their enemies after killing them, and they prefer to dig out the eyeballs of living people directly during sacrificial ceremonies. I'm not sure what kind of followers they have, but I know that there are 2 legendary professions among them. With your strength, you're simply going to die." Silence. The young priestess's expression was a little stiff, and she slowly said, "But the church has no way to mobilize more people. Recently, the vampires' movements have been abnormal, and high-grade priests have been sent to deal with those vampires." Vampires? Is it related to the demigod vampire? Soren frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong with the vampires recently?" The young priestess's face showed a little hesitation, and then she said, "There are many vampire servants in the south and north. We suspect that there is a vampire church that is constantly turning ordinary people into vampires. Recently, the priests of the god of light are gathering people. The spread of vampires has greatly threatened the lives of ordinary people. All the high-grade members in the church have been sent to deal with them." It seemed that it was really the demigod vampire Reinhardt. As the son of Fear who ascended as a vampire, he had to have enough believers if he wanted to expand his divine power. Ordinary people couldn't become his believers. His core clergy was the Lord of Vampires, which greatly limited the scope of his believers. So if he wanted to expand his faith, he must turn others into vampires. But the number of vampires was too large, and it would threaten ordinary people. After all, the source of food for vampires was needless to say. The appearance of too many vampire servants was definitely a disaster for ordinary people. This kind of thing was bound to attract the attention of the god of light. As a follower of the light of dawn, the young priestess often needed to cooperate with the church of the god of light, because the light of dawn was one of the gods of the god of light. Do you want to help her? Soren's heart couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He still had some confidence in dealing with the unseen, but he didn't like to deal with the paladins, and others may not trust him. But if he helped them get rid of the unseen, maybe he could find a way to let the people of the god of light concentrate on dealing with the demigod vampire. As the backbone of the good faction, they would never allow creatures like vampires to spread. That was to say, the god of light and the demigod vampire were more antagonistic, and it was basically impossible to reconcile. The demigod vampire was Soren's biggest enemy at present, and he, as the biggest pirate king on the south coast, might not be his opponent now. After all, the other party had succeeded in becoming a god. Soren didn't like to owe others. So after thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Follow me. I'll help you track them." After that, he turned and walked in one direction. The adventurers behind him looked at each other in surprise, and finally turned their eyes to the young priestess. After seeing her nod, they immediately came forward to help the unconscious paladin, and then quickly followed the pace of Soren, a rogue who seemed to be at the legendary level. If they had the help of this rogue, they would undoubtedly have a high chance of winning against the unseen. Soren's tracking ability had always been strong. Basically, his basic skills have been improved slightly after every battle, but because these improvements were relatively scattered, he didn't care much about the improvement of 1 or 2 points of basic skills. Naturally, there was no need to pay too much attention to it. Note, the increase of 1 or 2 points after each battle is not specifically listed. At present, his overall basic skills had all improved by 20 or 30 points compared to the past, and the improvement in wilderness survival, search, intimidation, and listening were even more obvious. Soren's tracking speed was very fast. The adventurers behind could only wake up the paladin and then quickly follow up. There was a sound of argument behind him. It seemed that the paladin who woke up still wanted to destroy the evil. Soren was not interested in this at all. But if the other party dared to come up again, he would never be merciful. A day's time passed like this. Soren followed the traces left behind at high speed, and the adventurers behind followed all the way. The paladins seemed to be very repulsed by him, but because he was defeated by Soren in one move, there was still a little fear in his eyes. If a war really broke out, they estimated that they wouldn't last more than a few minutes in Soren's hands. The next day, the traces of Soren's tracking became more and more obvious. The unseen were obviously moving in a large group, and there were probably more than 10 of them, so the traces left behind were more obvious. They tracked the unseen all the way to a place called Withered Leaf Town in the north. As they approached the town, the traces left by the unseen in the wilderness faded a lot, but according to Soren's intuition, the unseen should have entered the town. "It's here." He stopped, turned to look at the others, and said in a deep voice, "The unseen should be inside. Your goal is too obvious. Let's split up and move in pairs." Chapter 371. As soon as he heard that they were going to split up, the young paladin immediately wanted to object. But at this time, the young priestess glanced at him and said, "Okay, let's do it this way. You two go together. Dino, you follow Lancaster. I'll go with Soren." The paladin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the veteran rogue next to him. He seemed to have guessed a little bit of Soren's identity. In fact, this veteran rogue had seen Soren's curved sword several times along the way. As a rogue, he had some understanding of the legendary figures of his profession. Yesterday, he followed Soren for a whole day. The more he looked at Soren, the more he felt that Soren was the legendary beheader, the most powerful pirate king on the south coast. For this existence, the outside world had different opinions. Some people thought that he was a formidable figure, while others thought that he was too ruthless. But there was no doubt that if anyone angered His Excellency the Beheader, they would end up in a terrible state. If the man in front of them was really Soren, the most powerful pirate king on the south coast, then they had better listen to his arrangements completely. Because compared to this rapidly rising legend, they were just a group of third-rate adventurers. This veteran rogue still believed in his own eyes. According to his judgment, there was an 80% chance that the other party was the pirate king on the south coast. In fact, he was not the only one who guessed this. The young priestess had more or less guessed this in her heart. But she did not ask because now is not the time to ask. The group soon split up. Soren entered from the other side with the young priestess, and the others entered the town in batches. The two of them acted together, and the target was much smaller. In this era, the vigilance against foreign adventurers was still very strong. A group of more than 5 people would easily attract the attention of people with bad intentions. The two of them easily entered the town and then came to the inn here. The young priestess was silent behind them, and her expression was a little complicated. Yes, her heart was also very complicated. Back then, she had looked down on Soren. It wasn't because she hated Soren, but because she liked Vivian very much. She also thought that a petty thief like Soren wouldn't be able to give Vivian a good life. Then, she kindly suggested that Vivian become a priestess and find a way to help Soren find a job that was more respectable. Unfortunately, Soren rejected her without hesitation. In the eyes of the priestess of the time, Soren was unappreciative of her kindness. However, time proved that she was wrong. Looking at Soren's current strength, the equipment he had, and the aura he exuded from his every move, everything told her that the petty thief of the past was no longer the same person he used to be. Not only had he become a powerhouse in the legendary realm, he might even be a character who could shake the South Coast with a stomp of his feet. Whether good or evil, right or wrong, Soren's achievements had exceeded her imagination. The young priestess thought about a lot of things in her heart. After seeing that there was no one else nearby, she finally gathered her courage and said, "Soren, is the person on the South Coast really you? I always thought it was just the same name." Soren didn't answer, but nodded gently. The young priestess was shocked. She finally got the answer, but the shock in her heart was not small at all. How long has it been? From the disaster of Amber City until now, she had started a life of adventure because her original temple was destroyed. She thought her progress was fast enough, but now she had just become an official priestess, and Soren had become the legendary, most powerful pirate king on the South Coast. She suddenly felt that fate was unpredictable. "Come with me." Soren glanced at the people near the inn, then grabbed the young priestess behind him and took her into an alley. The young priestess was a little stunned when he grabbed her hand, but she quickly reacted and said, "You found those unseen? Where are they?" "No." Soren shook his head and said in a deep voice, "There are vampires here." "Vampires?" The young priestess looked a little stunned and murmured, "Vampires? Have they already developed to this point?" Soren's senses were very sharp. As a top rogue in the Grey Domain, he also knew a lot about dark creatures. Just glancing in the inn, he found that there were 1 or 2 people in a somewhat abnormal state. Their skin was too pale. As residents of a town of this size, these people had to work hard every day. It was difficult for people who worked for a long time to have pale skin like them. Moreover, these people looked quite strong. At the same time, their breathing was very weak, not as strong as ordinary people. Soren's powerful observation ability could find that the rise and fall of their chests was significantly lower than that of ordinary people, only about 1/3 of the strength of ordinary people when they breathed. If a normal person breathed like this, they would probably be a little short of oxygen. They are vampires, and they should be vampire servants who had just been converted not long ago. They didn't know how to disguise themselves to look more like ordinary people. The son of a vampire? Soren's brows could not help but frown, and he secretly said in his heart, his power has grown so fast, he actually developed his minions to such a remote place. No, the more prosperous the place, the more powerful the church organization. These relatively remote towns are the places where it is easy for him to enter. The prosperous areas were divided by the gods' churches, and it was not easy for the son of the vampire to enter. In other words, these more remote towns were weak in defense, and it was easy for vampires to infiltrate and then gradually spread his faith and expand the number of followers of the son of the vampire. What do we do now? The young priestess looked at him and asked. Soren glanced around, took her, and continued to walk forward, and said in a deep voice, "Let's find a place to stay for the night first. Vampires like to move at night. I'll follow them and see what I can find. If the unseen are also here, there will definitely be some interaction with them." The power of the son of the vampire must be suppressed. Recently, the information collected by Soren was not very good for him in all aspects, especially the strength of the son of the vampire, which made Soren feel a deep threat. Okay, the young priestess nodded. On the other side, the group of people who acted separately were also preparing to go around to the other side to enter Withered Leaf Town. What? The paladin's face showed a hint of surprise and murmured, "You said he is the legendary beheader, Soren? How could Enlia know him?" When he heard his companions say the true identity of Soren, even if he was a paladin, he couldn't help but feel cold sweat on his back. That was the most ruthless pirate king in the rumors. Maybe he didn't have any cruel behavior, but his style of doing things was extremely ruthless. There were rumors that almost thousands of people died under his hands. The paladin was not an idiot. There were so many evil deeds in the world, and it was difficult for them to control them all. Therefore, the paladin's doctrine also warned them not to act blindly. If he didn't know the identity of Soren, maybe he would still dare to fight, but after knowing the identity of Soren, he had no desire to fight in his heart, because he was no match for him at all. He even knew very well what kind of disaster would bring to the adventurer team if he angered the legendary pirate king. It should be him. The veteran rogue's attitude towards Soren was very good, and even had a bit of admiration. He said in a deep voice, worthy of being one of the strongest rogues in the legends. To be able to become the most powerful pirate king on the South Coast in just a few months. His strength can be said to be unfathomable. When he first fought with you, he didn't even use much of his strength. Heroes were rarely born from rogues. The main reason was that rogues had no advantage in frontal combat, and their fighting style was used to assassination, spying, sneak attacks, and so on. Therefore, most rogues liked to hide behind the scenes, which was safer for them. Soren was definitely an accident. In recent hundreds of years, there were very few rogues like him who appeared in the front, and he was a rogue swordsman with a tough fighting style. He was like the protagonist in the anecdotes of bards. In fact, Chapter 372. On the side of Withered Leaf Town was a graveyard. In this era, the remote towns rarely placed the graveyard too far away. This was similar to the tombs in the east. The graveyards were concentrated near the gathering place. Originally, other people would not pay so much attention to the graveyard when passing by, but most of the rogues served as scouts in the adventurer team. Naturally, their observation ability was much stronger. The veteran rogue glanced around and found that some of the graves in the graveyard were not right. The soil looked like it was newly turned. It should have been a few days ago. The ranger picked up a handful of soil and looked at it. He also pulled out the weeds that originally grew on the graves. He said with a dignified expression, "At most 7 days ago, someone dug up these graves. The tombstones were re-erected later." Someone moved the graves? This discovery made the other people present look dignified. The spellcaster, who had been silent from beginning to end, looked around, then cast a spell similar to detection, and then said, "It was not done by the necromancer. There is no breath of the undead nearby. The graveyard here has been blessed by the priest, and it will not automatically give birth to the undead." The paladin's expression was a little angry, and he said in a deep voice, "Then who did it? Blaspheming the dead is a heavy sin." The secular world still respected the dead. Generally, after being buried, they should not be disturbed. Most of the laws strictly prohibited this kind of behavior. "Open it and see," the rogue said with a dignified expression. The 4 people present heard this and looked at each other. The paladin's expression was a little hesitant, but in the end, they nodded. There was something strange about the graveyard. Soon, they dug up one of the graves that had been turned over, and then they found that the coffin in the grave was empty. Dark creatures. The ranger sniffed inside and said in a deep voice, "This disgusting smell is definitely from dark creatures. I remember their hatred very clearly." The rogue observed the situation of the grave and said slowly, "It may be vampires. Maybe this place has also been infiltrated by the Church of Vampires." Soren still didn't know the situation in the graveyard. However, it was much easier for him to find vampires than these people. As the sky gradually darkened, he quietly entered the tavern. The tavern was very lively. Next to the bar, there was a bard who looked quite down and out. Although bards were also one of the professions, many of them were not doing well because this profession was too versatile. There were very few powerful bards. It was a complete accident that there was someone like the Hellpemer. Most of the bards were like the one in front of him, pleasing others with their performances in exchange for some rewards. Occasionally, some good-looking bards could hook up with some noble ladies, so they could earn some extra money. Third-rate casting ability, third-rate combat ability, and third-rate thief techniques. Together, these are the bards. There have been some powerful bards in the past, but in order for this class to be powerful, they had to have high stats. Even Soren's stats might not be enough to support a bard that was strong in all aspects. Back then, the bards who could do this basically had special adventures or received help from the gods. In the past, there was a point of view that only those with 18 initial stats could become top-level bards. If their initial stats were that high, then they would be first-rate spellcasters, first-rate warriors, and first-rate thieves. Unfortunately, there were too few of them, and no matter what profession they advanced into, they would be the best. After all, Soren's initial stats weren't that high. The bard was telling a story in a unique way in the north, and the protagonist of the story was called Soren. That's right, he was talking about the battle between Soren and the pirate king Eshrod. This was the largest naval battle on the south coast in decades. It was spreading in all directions at a very fast speed. More and more ordinary people heard about this battle. However, the bard's story had nothing to do with the battle. In his words, the battle was more like a duel between nobles. Soren and Ashrod fought for 300 rounds. In the end, the more evil decapitator Soren killed the pirate king Ashrod and pleased the cruel sea goddess. That was the story. The main point of the story was the battle between Soren and Ashrod, how the two sides fought back and forth, and how the decapitator Soren killed the other pirate king. Most of the bard stories were unreliable, but this artistic way of expression undoubtedly attracted the attention of others. Soren was a little surprised. He was a little unaccustomed to being the protagonist of the story, especially when the bard said that his strength was weaker than Ashrod and that he needed to use tricks to defeat him. Soren's targets soon appeared. When the sky gradually darkened, two slightly sneaky figures walked out. He quietly got up and hid in the shadows, then followed behind them. The two new vampire servants didn't find him, and it was impossible for them to find Soren's trace. They crossed the street and came to a rather luxurious mansion. Nobles. The ruler of Withered Leaf Town seemed to be a lord whose name Soren didn't remember. The two vampires entered from the back door, and it was not convenient for Soren to follow them directly. He could only wait for them to enter and quietly climbed into the yard. The breath of dark creatures. As soon as Soren entered, he felt the breath of dark creatures. There didn't seem to be many living people in the mansion. Sure enough, there is a problem here. He sneaked in with a serious expression and said to himself, "No wonder the vampires were lurking here, and no one found them. It seems that the nobles who ruled here have been corrupted by them, with the upper nobles hiding the truth. Even if there were signs of the spread of vampires, it could be temporarily covered up. The north was the territory of the witches. Such a remote place was a blind spot for them to manage, and the power of the temple was also quite weak. They must be destroyed." Soren frowned and listened to the movement, then quietly approached the hall. The power of the demigod vampire could not be further expanded, and this matter must be reported to the Witch Council. Presumably, They would not want a large number of vampires to appear in their territory. Patter. There was a very light sound of footsteps. Just as Soren entered the mansion, another figure followed in. But the figure who followed him was a bit special because his eyes were covered with bandages. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, as if there were no eyeballs inside. Chapter 373. As soon as Soren stepped in, a figure followed him in. However, he did not go straight to the front door like Soren, but quietly entered one of the rooms from the side window. The rooms here were lavishly decorated, somewhat out of place compared to this remote town. There were even some extremely expensive oriental porcelain placed on the wall shelf in the corner. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and the quilt in the room was expensive velvet. From any point of view, the decoration here was not something a small noble in a remote area could enjoy. There was not much farmland in Withered Leaf Town, and there were not many specialties. The tax was mainly based on the rent collected by the lord. This money was barely enough to maintain a decent life. It was estimated that in some larger cities, slightly wealthy merchants could live more comfortably than this kind of noble. But now looking at the decoration inside this house, it was at least the level of a Viscount noble, which was the luxurious decoration of a middle-level noble's private manor. This noble's background may not be clean. Soren walked around this rather luxurious mansion and realized that the identity of the other party may not be clean. Simply put, normal income could not support this kind of life. Ordinary bedrooms were decorated at this level. It was estimated that the master's bedroom was comparable to Gloria's bedroom in Whiterun City. What was Gloria's identity? She was a member of the Northern Witch Council and the actual ruler of a northern city. The gap between the status of the two was not comparable. Soren, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. He was completely invisible and sneak, so he was not worried about being discovered by others. Just now, a vampire servant walked in front of him and did not notice Soren, who was standing 1 meter in front of him. Unless Soren had an obvious smell of blood and relied on the vampire's blood-tracking ability to find him, it was basically impossible for them to detect the existence of Soren. There was a slight noise in another room. Soren took a step back vigilantly, and then saw the door of a room with a window on the side open, but he did not see anyone. The door was gently opened and then gently closed. A rogue. There was another high-grade rogue here. The opponent's stealth ability was on par with Soren's. Soren couldn't see through the opponent's stealth, and the opponent didn't seem to notice Soren either. If it wasn't for the door suddenly opening, the two of them would have to be close enough to discover each other based on their senses and accumulated experience. But now that Soren had confirmed his opponent's location, he had the upper hand. If he wanted to, he could even kill his target within 3 seconds. But if he did that, his tracks would be exposed. Soren's curiosity was piqued, and he temporarily suppressed the thought of confirming the other party's identity. Instead, he quietly followed behind and put some distance between them. He wanted to see what the other party was trying to find out. He was definitely not a vampire. Not many people would be bored enough to sneak around in their own territory. It was obvious that he had waited for the vampire servant to leave before coming out. It was very likely that he was a lurker from another force. In such a remote town, other than Soren the Unseen, he couldn't think of any other high-level rogue. This house was relatively large. The rogue in front seemed to be familiar with it. He must have secretly come to investigate. Soren saw that he came to a door and then opened a door that led to the basement. Creak. When the door was opened, there was an obvious sound. The rogue in front seemed to be a little nervous. After opening the door, he quietly sneaked in and then closed the door behind him. Closing the door behind him was undoubtedly not a good habit. Soren had no choice but to wait for a while, and then gently open the door. There were torches on both sides of the basement, and there were stairs below that led to the depths. It seemed that there was also a tunnel. It seemed that this place had been here for a long time. As soon as he entered the basement, Soren smelled a faint smell of blood. At the corner of the stairs, he saw a limp corpse. The killing method was very simple. It was a very simple kill, directly hitting the enemy's heart and then twisting the enemy's neck. It's a master. Soren glanced at the corpse, and his expression gradually became serious. The vitality of a vampire servant was very tenacious. To be able to kill it in one blow was definitely not something an ordinary rogue could do. Either he was an experienced veteran, or he was a high-level professional with a profession level of 16 or above. Soren saw a little bit of the assassin's ruthlessness from the position where the corpse was hit. This guy may have received combat training as an assassin. Along the passage, there were some strange murals. Soren didn't have time to look at them, because he found two more corpses in front of him. Strength close to legendary. Soren glanced at the two corpses lying in the corner, and his expression became more and more serious. These two enemies were killed in one blow, without alerting the others, and at the same time, two enemies were killed at the same time. Even with Soren's current ability, it wasn't that easy. The rogue in front of him might have a profession level of 18 or above. That was to say, he was at least a quasi-legendary rogue. As he went deeper and deeper, Soren's vision gradually widened. In front of him, there was a large secret room. The most eye-catching thing was an altar-like building. In the center of the altar, there was a blood pool, and there were several smaller blood pools around it. No wonder these vampires didn't find out that their companions were killed. The smell of blood here was too strong, and it was basically impossible for them to smell other blood. The altar of the demigod vampire. As a dark creature that fed on the blood of the living, Soren naturally didn't expect to see anything good near their altar. However, looking at the size of these blood pools, it seemed that the vampires had been here for some time. Without dozens or hundreds of missing people, it was impossible to fill these blood pools. There was a prayer ceremony in the altar. In the center was a priest wearing a black robe, followed by an old man who was obviously dressed like a noble. Vampires didn't age, so his current appearance undoubtedly meant that he was transformed into a vampire after his body entered the state of old age. As for the reason for becoming a vampire, it was estimated that there were only a few reasons. A fanatical prayer ceremony. Soren didn't find the first rogue, but he could be sure that the other party was hiding somewhere nearby. Bring up the sacrifice. After completing the last prayer, the black-robed priest ordered the believers kneeling under the altar. Soon, one of them was brought to the front of the altar. His body was shackled with chains. From the back, he didn't seem to be an ordinary person. To deal with ordinary people, these vampires didn't need to be shackled with steel. This was a profession. Soren couldn't see the other party's appearance from the back, and he couldn't judge his profession. He could only be sure that he should be a melee profession. However, as the man was brought up as a sacrifice, Soren immediately found that the nearby shadows were distorted. "Kneel!" The black-robed priest shouted with a cold expression, but what responded to him was thick phlegm and a fanatical voice. "The blind one is the true God. You false god believers won't be able to live for long." Boom! A heavy punch came out, and the man's words were abruptly choked back. Hearing what he said, Soren immediately figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It seemed that the blind one and the vampire church had a conflict. Both sides wanted to divide this place into their own territory, and it seemed that the blind one believer was captured by the vampire. When a man on the altar was hit by a heavy punch, Soren also saw the other party's appearance when he turned sideways. The man had only one eye, and the other eye socket was empty. A high-grade member of the unseen organization. Only a true fanatic would dig out his own eye. No wonder a high-grade rogue would come to save him. However, how could a rogue defeat these vampires? Soren just had a trace of doubt in his heart when he felt a vibration around him, followed by a violent noise from above. P.S. That's all for today. Chapter 374. There was a loud rumbling sound. Soren seemed to feel the vibration of the explosion, and then the vampire believers in front of him moved quickly. Some pulled out their weapons and prepared to go out to see the situation, while others hid in a panic. There were women among these vampires, and they looked young. She was dressed in a standard lady's dress, and the expression on her face was a little panicked. It seemed that she had no combat experience. However, the black-robed priest's expression was very calm. He ordered a few words in a deep voice and let people go out to check the situation. At the same time, he pulled out a sharp blade and prepared to bleed the captive, unseen believers. For any God's church, fanatics were the most important wealth. It was not easy to cultivate a fanatic. No organization would easily give up their fanatics, even the evil God's church. Soren had never tasted defeat all the way, from killing the Swamp King to successfully slaying the dragon, and then the decisive battle with the pirate king Eshrod. After so many battles, there were not many pirates under Soren's command who worshipped him fanatically, but these people were the core cornerstone of his rule on the south coast. As long as these fanatic elite pirates were not exhausted, he could make a comeback in any situation. Under normal circumstances, the number of fanatics within a God's church was at most 1 in 1,000. If it was other forces, this proportion would be even smaller. Soren's elite guards were currently only 100 people. Among them, the proportion of fanatics who worshipped him was less than 1/3. These people had experienced the battle of the Swamp King, the dragon-slaying battle, and the decisive battle on the south coast. For the unseen organization, a high-grade fanatic could not be easily given up. Just as the black-robed priest was about to cut the throat of the sacrifice, the high-grade rogue who had been hiding in the dark finally could not sit still. A distorted shadow emerged, and the high-grade rogue instantly crossed the plane of space and appeared behind the black-robed priest in the form of Shadow Jump. A fierce cold light emerged. The high-grade rogue instantly stabbed the priest's heart, but what came out was the sound of metal colliding. Clang! The black-robed priest's clothes were torn open, revealing a full body armor forged with fine steel. Priest was just another name for a priest. Their fighting style was slightly different from that of a priest. However, priests were also people who could use divine spells and were equipped with full body armor. This kind of profession was like a steel plate, and it was a steel plate profession that could use divine spells. The dagger failed to penetrate the full body armor of the black-robed priest. The high-grade rogue turned around and slashed, and another cold light appeared and slashed at the shackles of the sacrifice. Crack! A crisp, breaking sound was heard, and the steel shackles were directly cut off. Adamantine weapon. Soren, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but tremble in shock. He then thought to himself, to be able to directly cut through the shackles made of stainless steel, it seems that apart from first-rate legendary equipment, only adamantine weapons can do that. That ray of light doesn't seem to be a first-rate legendary weapon, so the possibility of it being a fine gold weapon is extremely high. Roar! An angry growl sounded. As soon as his shackles were cut off, the captive on the altar let out a furious roar and directly slammed into the person next to him. Crack! The powerful impact made a vampire's chest cave in. At the same time, the man instantly grabbed the sword and cut off the head of the noblewoman who was panicking at first. A series of slashing and killing. The man seemed to be a high-grade barbarian warrior. In the blink of an eye, he was like a killing machine that killed 3 to 5 vampires. Many of these vampires looked like members of this noble family. The sound of fighting came from the entrance. After the high-grade rogue cut off the steel shackles, he attacked continuously. The storm-like attack forced the black-robed priest to have no chance to use divine spells. He couldn't give the caster a chance, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Clang! 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 But what was quite surprising was that in the face of the ferocious attacks of the high-grade rogue, the black-robed priest blocked them one after another. The weapons he used were a shield and a scepter, and he was not weak at all in a head-on collision. Battle Priest. This was a high-grade priest who had received special combat training. He probably also learned the skill of using shields. Another cold light appeared. Soren finally saw the face of the high-grade rogue. The other party's eyes were covered with a black cloth, and there seemed to be nothing inside. He didn't know how he saw the surrounding situation. While he was frantically attacking the black-robed priest in front of him, Soren also locked onto another weapon that was slightly refracting golden light. It was a very small dagger which did not seem to be his usual weapon. Sure enough, it was a fine gold weapon. This kind of expensive metal was rare in the Underdark. The price of forging large weapons was too expensive. Even forging such a dagger was quite expensive. A small amount of fine gold could be forged into A+1 rare grade equipment. If it continued to be quantified, it would be A+2 or +3 grade equipment. The dagger in front of him was at least A+3 fine gold weapon. On the surface, the percentage of fine gold infiltration was definitely not small. A group of unseen believers attacked. These guys were easy to recognize because many of them were missing an eye. This was a fallen blasphemy ritual. After completing it, they would get an additional blasphemy bonus. The effect was similar to Soren's God's Blessing. Many sacrificial demon rituals could also get this blasphemy bonus. The more advanced ones were the emblems on the fallen witch's body, which was the top blasphemy ritual. Soren began to move. The battle between the vampires and the unseen seemed to be a bit of a draw. Dark creatures had a natural attribute bonus, and the blasphemy bonus advantage of the unseen was not obvious. However, Soren was not interested in getting involved in this kind of melee. His goal was the high-grade rogue and the black-robed priest. The fine gold dagger was of great value to him, and the priest was the key to spreading the faith of the gods. If he killed the black-robed priest, the power of the demigod vampire would be severely damaged here. Before launching the attack, Soren tore a piece of cloth from his body and tied it over his eyes. But it was not the kind of thing that was completely blindfolded just for show. Shadow leap. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. Soren's figure suddenly appeared behind the black-robed priest. For the black-robed priest who was resisting the attack of the unseen, Soren's sneak attack was undoubtedly worse. He couldn't even dodge or block, and he was killed under the siege of two high-grade rogues. The legendary curved sword in Soren's hand directly cut off the priest's head. With blood gushing out, the headless body of the black-robed priest fell to the ground. The sudden appearance of Soren surprised the unseen. However, as the black-robed priest was beheaded, especially after seeing the black cloth covering Soren's eyes, the unseen could not help but relax a little. But this moment of relaxation was extremely fatal. Soren's expression was cold as he stabbed forward again. In the unseen's somewhat stunned expression, the sword instantly pierced his heart. Pada! Soren threw away the black cloth covering his eyes and crushed the enemy's heart with a backhand twist. The unseen's incredulous expression was still on his face, but his body had lost its breath of life. Bang! The two corpses fell to the ground one after another. Soren quickly took out the fine gold dagger from the unseen's body. A proper strategy could kill the enemy more easily. Soren successfully killed two high-grade professions in one blow, and then instantly activated Evade Sight and re-entered stealth. The scuffle continued, but now it was time for him to hunt alone. Not good. When a violent explosion came, the priestess's face immediately changed, and then she approached the place where the fire came out. Paladins, rogues, rangers, and other figures soon appeared. The movement here alarmed many people, and even the town's guards quickly approached. However, they needed time to assemble, so there was no need to expect too much from the guards of a remote town. It's the unseen. The ranger was the first to rush into the burning mansion. He glanced at the corpses nearby and said in a deep voice, "They attacked here. Something's wrong. Everyone be careful." He leaned over to look at another corpse and said in a deep voice, "It's vampires. There are vampires here. Be careful." The paladin whispered, took out a shield to protect the others, and said in a deep voice, "There may be their leader below. This place is full of evil. It's very likely to be the vampire's lair. They have corrupted the nobles here." The group quickly set up a standard battle formation, and then carefully moved inside. But the deeper they went, the more surprised they were because there were all corpses inside, and there was not a single living person at all. And the way these corpses died was very strange. They even saw the body of a vampire and a believer of the unseen die directly together. It seemed that they were killed at the same time. The killing method was quite sophisticated, and many of them were killed in one blow. "There's a master." The ranger's expression was serious, and he murmured, "I'm afraid it's a legendary master." The priestess heard this thoughtfully. The others also looked at each other and couldn't help but speed up because they guessed something. Finally, they saw Soren. He was wiping his curved sword on a corpse. After seeing the group of people, there was no surprise on his face. Instead, he reached out and groped the corpse a few times and said in a deep voice, "It's all settled. But there should be a few fish that escaped the net. P.S. First update, there's another chapter today." Chapter 375. The light of dawn shone down. The luxurious mansion from yesterday had been reduced to ruins. The young priestess was negotiating with a middle-aged man who looked like the captain of the guards. She took out a badge that represented the light of dawn and the badge that the Church of Glory had assigned to her as proof. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Church of Glory had a high status because they stood on the side of good and justice no matter what. There were many bodies of vampires in the ruins, and she believed that it would not be a problem for her to deal with this matter. Soren sat on the roof and played with an emblem, or rather, a coat of arms. This was found from the body of the unseen. It was engraved with a huge beholder, but unlike other beholders, its eye stalks were all cut off. The eyeballs on its tentacles were cut off one by one. Even a huge eye in the middle of its body was dug out cruelly. It opened its bloody mouth and stared in front of it. Its empty and bloody eye sockets were surrounded by a mass of twisted flesh and blood, as well as something that could not be described. "Evil Eye Tyrant." Soren carefully observed the emblem and murmured. It turns out that the predecessor of the Unseen was the Evil Eye Tyrant, who defeated this monster with a challenge rating of 25 and dug out its eyes. It seems that it has embarked on the path of an evil god. Evil Eye Tyrant, a very terrible creature in the evolution of the beholder. Its strength was even stronger than the Dead Eye Tyrant. This was a variant of the beholder. There were only a few in the entire multiverse. Although Soren had been in contact with the Unseen in the past, it was the first time he had gotten such an emblem. The rogue should be a core member of the Unseen organization. A monster with a creature level close to 30 was preparing to become a god. The chaos must have just begun. In history, no beholder had succeeded in becoming a god. Soren was not sure if this guy had succeeded because no one had seen the real body of this evil god. Patter. When the priestess finished negotiating with the town guard, Soren also came down from the roof. "It's been negotiated." The priestess's expression was a little strange. She looked at Soren and said, "We have sent someone to inform the Witch Council. I think someone will come to deal with it soon. I don't think they want a large number of vampires in their territory." Soren nodded and tossed the emblem to her. "You're leaving?" The priestess raised her head and asked. Soren glanced at her and smiled. "Yes, it is. There are other things that need to be dealt with." Angelia nodded and said softly, "I hope we'll have the chance to meet again. I miss Vivian." Soren smiled. Then he turned and walked out of Witherleaf Town. He had killed so many vampires and believers of the Unseen, some of whom were nobles. This matter must be explained to the Witch Council. They had to stay and explain everything to the Witch Council before they could leave. Otherwise, the Witch Council was likely to be angry because of the death of a noble. Even the people of the Church of Radiance did not dare to offend this group of powerful witches. Soren didn't have time to stay here. Angelia and the others would have to wait for at least 3 days to deal with the follow-up work of these matters. Punishing the evil and encouraging the good, and then walking away would only lead to greater chaos. There were still many trivial matters here. If a noble was corrupted by a vampire, the problems that would be implicated in the end would probably cause a lot of damage to the nearby nobles. But that should be a headache for the vampire church. Soren directly crossed the north. With the help of Fly, he crossed the ice and snow mountains and returned to this cold country again. The ice and snow here had not melted yet. Soren followed the route in his memory and went to a small town near Glacier City. When he left the north, he passed by here. Winter Spring Town. It seemed to be called this name. It was a town between Glacier City and Arendelle, with a population of thousands of households. It was not a big place, but not a small one. After sleeping outside for a few days, Soren was ready to spend the night here. So he went directly to the hotel after entering the town. The passers-by were in a hurry. In just a few months, it seemed that panic had spread to this cold world. The town guard stopped Soren and asked a few questions, then warned him not to cause trouble and let him go. It seems that something has happened. Soren glanced at the nervous guards and then entered the tavern. There was news he wanted to know. In fact, the news had already spread. It was just that because of the distance, it did not reach Soren's hands in time. After all, the Frost Kingdom was too far away from the south coast. What Soren was worried about finally happened. Without the protection of the Princess Royal, Arendelle's wealth brought disaster to them. About a week ago, shortly after Soren received the news from the Frost Kingdom, Arendelle was attacked by the enemy. Not only were the Vrykol pirates entrenched in the ice islands outside the sea, but even the southern island countries also launched an attack on them. Arendelle's port was blocked. The war had not yet broken out. The fleet of the southern island countries only joined with the Vrykol pirates to ambush Arendelle's warship, temporarily cutting off the route of the Frost Kingdom. The port was blocked. This was the precursor to the outbreak of war. After the news spread, even other places were affected. There was a lot of discussion in the tavern. Some merchants complained that after the port was blocked, all the goods could not be shipped out. But more discussions were about how Princess Anna of Arendelle would deal with the crisis. Have you heard? A bearded merchant who had obviously drunk a lot burped and looked at the others. I heard that the person who led the fleet to block the port of Arendelle is a prince of the southern island country. This shameless bandit made a very rude request after blocking the port. Request? Soren, who was sitting in the corner, frowned. He glanced at the middle-aged merchant who deliberately kept others in suspense. He took out a kindler and threw it over. He said in a deep voice, "What request? I don't like to listen to people beating around the bush, or I'll break your neck." The middle-aged merchant quickly reached out and caught the kindler, then swallowed and said, "I also heard it from others. The prince of the southern island country seems to be called Hans T. He sent a messenger and said, if Princess Anna agrees to marry him, he will order the removal of Arendelle's blockade. Otherwise, Arendelle's ships will not be able to leave." Crack! The wine glass in Soren's hand shattered, and a cold, murderous look appeared on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, yes." The middle-aged merchant was startled by him, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He seemed to have sobered up a lot, and his speech gradually became clearer. "I also heard from others. I have a relative who works in Arendelle." Soren's eyes became colder when he heard this. He casually threw a kindler on the bar, then turned and walked out of the tavern. It was getting late. Soren's figure entered the night and soon disappeared into the vast night. Chapter 376. Storm. Looks like there's going to be a flood. There's a power outage, so I'm using my laptop's remaining power. I'll write as much as I can. It should be enough for 2 chapters. Under the dim light of dusk, a shadow stretched out on the road. Soren's body was covered in a large cloak as he once again entered this once bustling place. Arendelle's prosperity was supported by trade and taxes. With the port blocked by the Southern Kingdom's navy, Arendelle's trade was completely cut off. Many ordinary people lost their jobs at the port and had to find other ways to make a living. There were a lot of goods piled up near the tavern. There were hundreds of merchant ships coming and going every day. Once they were all blocked here, there was no way to transport the goods out. There were many complaints in the city, but the merchants who pursued profits naturally didn't think so much. They only hoped that the war would end as soon as possible. Soren pushed open the tavern's door. The weather suddenly changed in the evening, and it began to rain heavily. It was almost summer, and the season of the storm was coming. Under the washing of the rain, the ice and snow were about to melt, and soon this cold country would be covered in greenery. "Damn bastard," A drunk man raised his head and looked at Soren, who opened the door, and a cold wind blew in. He cursed, "Hurry up and close the door, or I'll throw you out." Soren walked in front of him expressionlessly, then stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's neck like a duck. Then, the man, who weighed more than 200 pounds, was easily lifted up by him and thrown into the smelly ditch outside the tavern. The tavern finally quieted down. The others looked at Soren in surprise, and some who looked like adventurers looked at him with interest, as if they were guessing his profession. A cup of good rum. Soren shook his cloak and ordered the best rum, but he didn't drink it himself. Instead, he put it across the table. He gently tapped his fingers and waited. The others quickly turned their attention back and talked about other things. It was just throwing out a drunkard with a dirty mouth. No one would care too much about this kind of thing. Only the adventurers on the side were quite interested in Soren. About 30 minutes later, the tavern's door was opened again, and a cold man with a scar on the corner of his eye walked in. He was about 30 years old. His sharp eyes swept across the tavern, and he directly sat across from Soren. "Your Excellency." The cold man handed over a document from under the table and said, "This is what you wanted." "Yes." Soren nodded. Then he threw a diamond over, pointed at the rum on the table, and said, "It's on you. When did the Thieves Guild register my information?" The cold man was hesitant, but when he met Soren's eyes, he immediately lowered his head. "Last October. We will collect any valuable information." "Your Excellency has always been the focus of our attention." Soren nodded slightly and did not have much of an expression. He stood up and looked at the cold man in front of him. "When you have time, ask your leader to come and see me. I have something to talk to him about." After that, he turned around and walked into the heavy rain. Under the heavy rain, the docks were dead silent. Many piles of goods were placed near the warehouse. After the port was sealed, these goods couldn't be transported out. They could only be sold at a low price or stored for a short period of time. On the side of the docks were low shacks. Even the wealthy Arendelle couldn't avoid a group of poor people. There were many strong men sitting under the eaves in a daze. Most of them were coolies at the docks, relying on their strength to support their families. Now that there was no work at the docks, they could only sit here and do nothing. Soren, who was walking alone in the heavy rain, was a little eye-catching. People looked at him curiously, wanting to know what this man who looked like an adventurer was going to do. Because the rain was too heavy, the patrolling guards were hiding from the rain, so under the dark night, no one disturbed Soren's work. He walked step by step to the edge of the docks, then stood in the sea. Soren pulled out a dagger that reflected a faint golden light. Then he cut his palm. Drops of blood fell into the sea. When Soren put his palm into the sea, an invisible magic light spread out. What happened over there? A boy who looked at most 15 or 16 years old shook his head, then rubbed the corner of his eyes and said, "Did you see that? It seems like a light spread out." The other people around him didn't seem to see anything. Did I see it wrong again? The boy's expression was a little depressed. He reached out and grabbed his feet, then looked at the sky in a daze. Deepwater port. On the sea, dozens of kilometers away from the port, there was a sudden wave. Then the sea separated to the left and right, and a black mast rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The ghost ship's sail quickly opened, and the hull of the ship broke through the waves. The drowned undead began to work. With the cold night, a fog spread out from the nearby sea. Then the ghost ship sailed at a very fast speed in the direction of Arendelle. It felt Soren's call. As a quasi-legendary undead, the ghost ship had the ability to sail automatically. Snake Island. The base camp that was once destroyed had been rebuilt, but it was obviously not as large as before. Now, it was just a transit station, a supply point for the overseas route. On the calm sea, a huge shadow gradually floated up. The first thing that came out of the sea was a hideous sharp bone spur, then a piece of black scales. The gigantic sea monster appeared on the surface of the sea and stayed in the same place for a moment. Then, as if it felt some kind of call, it swam towards the northern sea. Its huge body dived into the sea once again and moved forward at a speed far faster than any warship. Its master was calling it. The blood told it the location of its master. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could track the location. Arendel's dock. Soren slowly retracted his palm. The wound on his palm had almost healed. He looked at the vast sea under the night, then turned to look at Arendel's palace and murmured, 3 more days. Chapter 377. The rainstorm continued. With the approach of the Avatar crisis, even the climate in various places was much worse. The storm in the outer islands had been raining for many days, and now the Frost Kingdom seemed to be the same. It was estimated that it would not stop for a day or two. Soren stood in the rainstorm and moved forward. With a loud rumbling sound, a flash of lightning crossed the sky. He leaped and landed on the roof, and then his figure flew across the night sky. His toes gently tapped on the roof, and he was more than 10 meters away, just like a top master of lightning skill. Pada! Soren's figure landed on the top of a bell tower. He looked up at the dark sky, and lightning flashed in the storm. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound spread in all directions. He sat on a high place and looked at Arendel's palace, and then gradually fell into contemplation. Soren was a person who valued promises very much, but it was not suitable for him to see Princess Anna. Not only because the time was not right, but also because he could not have too many ties now. Soren was in danger. People related to him would also be in danger. If Princess Royal had not disappeared, even the incarnation of the gods would not necessarily be a threat to her. But now the Princess Royal had mysteriously disappeared. If the relationship between Soren and Princess Anna was known, especially in the near future when Soren might go to war with the Church of the Gods, the threat of Princess Anna being too close to him would increase exponentially. She was not Gloria. Gloria was a powerful northern witch and a spellcaster who was about to advance into the realm of legends. Princess Anna was just an ordinary person. Even if she was the successor of Arendelle and her status was equivalent to that of a queen, her own strength was still too weak. Soren could not show up. He might not even be able to see her again. Soren's plan had already reached the realm of the gods, and it was best not to let the outside world know that he was too close to Princess Anna. He didn't believe that Princess Royal would die like this. Perhaps when Princess Royal returned and Princess Anna's safety was guaranteed, Soren could rest assured that she wouldn't be involved in a god-level battle. He was a very cautious person. Soren had always known what he would face in the future. Thump! He stood at the top of the clock tower and took one last look at Arendel's palace before disappearing into the night. Just let everything end quietly. She might be able to guess who did all this, but she definitely couldn't bring it to the table. In the hotel room, Soren spread out a roll of documents, which recorded a lot of information about the Vrykol pirates and the situation of Prince Hans who blocked the port of Arendelle. He was the successor of the Southern Isles, a coastal country in the southwest. Its wealth and strength were not as good as Arendelle, but it was equivalent to a small principality. Soren spread out a brief map of the continent. He first picked up a quill and drew a circle in Arendelle, then found the south coast and drew a circle in Port Tylon. The outer islands, Port Tylon, Snake Island, Shipwreck Sea. These 4 locations were connected by Soren into a line, and then he drew the deep water port in the north. The north was actually in the northwest of the continent, and the Frost Kingdom was really north. The west coast was the principality that rebelled. This route was not of much value because it was the territory of the Dark Tide Fishmen, and the power of the pirates was mainly concentrated in the northwest. Soren connected Shipwreck Sea with the deep water port in the north with a line, and then from the north-south to the Southern Isles. The location of the Southern Isles was gradually approaching the South Pole. Although the material plane was not a planet-like world, the coordinates of the North and South Poles were still a bit similar, and they were all very cold countries. The Southern Isles was a bit like the Outer Islands, but more like the Indonesian region on Earth. It was similar to a small continental plate country near the Pacific Ocean. It used to be part of the continent, but then there was a land deviation due to great destruction. Continuing south from the Southern Isles, there was an endless cold country. It used to be a vast continent, but now it was covered with blue ice. There weren't too many living people in this land, but there were quite a few living undead. They were an intelligent species with blue eyes that were similar to undead creatures, but lived in a different way. They were the products of terrible disasters caused by the destruction of the Arcane Empire. Soren had not been near the polar regions, but he had read about them. Shipwreck Sea, Deepwater Port, Southern Isles. Soren drew a line with his pen, and then drew a line from the Southern Island countries, all the way along the west coast to Arendelle. There was a slight cold light in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "The supplies can keep up. We can get supplies from the Deepwater Port through Gloria's authority, and then directly attack the Southern Isles from the west coast." Soren was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Since Prince Hans of the Southern Isles dared to attack Arendelle, then he must pay a painful price. Soren stared at the map in front of him. Finally, he drew a cross near the capital of the Southern Isles, and then drew a symbol of a sword under a skull. A transoceanic expedition. The main force of the Southern Isles blocked the port of Arendelle. Soren did not believe that the Southern Isles still had enough naval fleet. It was too far to support Arendelle from the south coast. It was almost equivalent to crossing the continent, but attacking the Southern Isles from Shipwreck Sea was within the scope of Soren's expedition. It was time to fight. By the way, with this expedition, he could directly take the northwest coast of the North Coast into his own territory. Soren stood in place and pondered for a long time. Finally, he put away the map and turned to walk outside. He was now in Arendelle. If he wanted to mobilize the fleet on the south coast, he must get in touch with the wizard's means. He had not mastered the communication spell, so he needed to rely on the power of the northern witches. There were still 3 days before the full launch, and he had enough time to prepare. 3 days passed quickly. In the hall of Snake Island, the pirate leaders under Soren's command were gathered. "This is the order from His Excellency." The red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella looked at the others, then took out a sealed document and said in a deep voice, "The one responsible for the transmission is the Northern Witch Council. There shouldn't be any mistakes." The half-elf first mate was also among them. However, he was now the leader of the Eastern Sea route. He had gathered hundreds of warships under his command. Soren's promotion of him had made him the second leader of the pirate group. Of course, this was not counting the young lady Vivian and the Northern Witch Gloria. These two had no interest in the internal power changes of the pirates. Their centers were all on the outer islands, but their status was superior. After all, these two were powerful spellcasters. What order? The half-elf first mate reached out and took the document directly, then opened the seal on it. His action inadvertently made the red-haired female pirate a little dissatisfied, but she forced herself to endure. The half-elf first mate had made several contributions in a row, and his reputation among the pirates was obviously higher than hers. This behavior did not make the others present feel dissatisfied, but it made the red-haired female pirate, who used to be the second in command, very uncomfortable. The half-elf first mate took a quick look, then his face showed an excited and bloodthirsty smile, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency wants us to attack the Southern Isles." He handed the document to the others, and soon all the pirate leaders present read it. The order was simple. Mobilize the fleets of Port Tylon, Snake Island, and Shipwreck Bay to attack the Southern Isles from the west coast route to the Deepwater Port. Then get supplies from the Witch Council, and then cut off the route of the Southern Isles and loot and harass the coastal cities of the Southern Isles. It also named the half-elf first mate to command the dragon-headed warship to attack the capital of the Southern Isles. But it was not a real attack, but a feint to make them feel threatened. The focus of the mission was to take the opportunity to annex the west coast and force Prince Hans to withdraw from Arendelle. "Your Excellency has issued the Pirate King's enlistment order." The red-haired female pirate glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, "All the pirates on the south coast can act together. The loot obtained from the plunder does not need to be offered. All of it will be their private loot." The south coast had the most pirates. Because of the natural sea route, the pirate group on the south coast was the most active. Eastern Sea Route, Outer Sea Route. Not all of these pirates were Soren's men. As the Pirate King, Soren was only the largest group of pirates. In addition, there were many large and small pirate groups on the south coast. These pirates were equivalent to making a living in Soren's territory. Usually, they could not plunder merchant ships at will, and they had to offer a part of the loot. Under normal circumstances, this ratio was about 3 to 7, and 30% of the loot had to be offered. Now, many pirates on the south coast had turned to part-time merchants, but there were many private fights. After all, it was much faster to rob than to work hard to do business. Soren issued the enlistment order. It was equivalent to ordering other pirate groups to fight together in the name of the Pirate King. All the loot belonged to them, and the name of plunder was Soren's name. In the future, if the Southern Isles wanted to retaliate, they could only go to Soren to fight. It was impossible for them to retaliate against the small groups of pirates who went to war. This was equivalent to an opportunity to rob openly. They were responding to the call of the Pirate King, and they did not have to bear the consequences of plundering. Most of the consequences were borne by Soren. Revenge, suppression, pirate law, etc. P.S. There are 2 updates today. Chapter 378. Snake Island. With Soren's enlistment order, all the pirates on the south coast began to move. The Southern Island country was a coastal principality. Although it was not as rich as Arendelle, it was still much better than other places. In addition, after Soren unified the south coast, private plundering was strictly prohibited. Many small and medium-sized pirates had no business recently. They could only follow the fleet controlled by Soren behind the scenes. Although the overseas route and the eastern route were quite profitable, it was also very time-consuming to go back and forth. Especially the eastern route. It took at least half a year to go back and forth. The profits earned by sailing for half a year were not as comfortable as plundering a merchant ship. Some people liked a stable life, but there were also people who liked excitement and adventure. Many pirates were still eager to reap without sowing. The Pirate King's enlistment order quickly received a lot of responses. Even those who were not interested in it planned to send some people to fight out of fear and to curry favor with Soren. Anyway, the navy of the Southern Island country was still in Arendelle. It was not their turn to deal with the regular army. Their task was to harass the coast. At worst, when the navy of the Southern Island country came back, they could sneak away. Most of the pirates were fast ships. They were not afraid of being caught by the navy. However, for this order, there were other people who had other ideas. The next night, in a certain stronghold of the shipwreck port, several other pirate leaders under Soren's command gathered here. Adele Isabella. Scarface frowned and looked at the other pirate leaders present. He said in a deep voice, "Why did you secretly call us here?" He was not the only pirate leader present. In addition to Scarface, there was Cyclops, Giant, Knight, Butler, and so on. Basically, except for the half-elf first mate, nearly half of the other pirate leaders were present. For the red-haired female pirate's invitation, the others did not seem to understand her meaning. At this moment, they were also looking at her with a puzzled face. This time I invited everyone here because I have something to discuss with you. The red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella looked at the pirate leaders present and said, "His Excellency Soren issued an order to attack the Southern Island country. In the order, he told us to act according to the situation. The focus is to harass the coast of the Southern Island countries and then find a way to weaken their strength. So I have a bold idea." The red-haired female pirate waved her hand and asked someone to take out a map. Then she pointed to a mark on it and said to the other pirate leaders, "This is the capital of the Southern Island country. This is their coastline. This is the West Coast route. From here to here, unless we barge into the Dark Tide Fishman's territory, we will definitely pass by the Dark Tide Canyon." At this point, she turned to look at the others. To be able to be promoted by Soren all the way to the level of a pirate leader, most of the people present weren't simple. Very quickly, some of them guessed her thoughts, and even if they didn't, they understood something. If we attack the southern island countries, Arendel's navy will definitely return to defend. The red-haired female pirate's expression was calm, and she said in a firm voice, Sir Soren's order is very firm. It seems that he has reached an important strategic cooperation with Arendelle. So, if we can expand the results of the battle, maybe His Excellency will be very satisfied. One Eye has been listening quietly, playing with the dagger in his hand. When she stopped, he slowly said, What do you mean? We ambush Arendel's navy in the Darktide Canyon? Our chances of winning against the regular navy are not so high. The red-haired female pirate turned to look at him and slowly said, We have at least a 60% chance of winning. In terms of equipment, we are not weaker than a regular army. In terms of combat power, all of our men are elites who grew up in killing. The navy of the southern island countries only trains a few times a month, and we're drifting on the sea all year round. Our chances of winning are higher. If we can damage or even destroy the navy of the southern island countries, then from here to here, it will all be our territory. The other pirate leaders present fell into deep thought. Knight looked up at the map and suddenly said, Why not invite Casa, half-elf first mate? He is the most powerful among us, and he has the most elite troops under his command. The red-haired female pirate's expression was a little stiff, and then she calmly said, Because his status and power are high enough. Moreover, he has to contain and threaten the capital of the southern island countries. The Eastern Sea route is now under his control. If this mission is completed, as the commander of the Dragonhead warship, his contribution will definitely be greater than any of us present. If this operation is successful, then the route from Shipwreck Bay to the west coast and then to the southern island countries, and maybe even the route to Arendelle will be included in our territory. I think these territories should be handed over to other meritorious people to manage. What do you think? Hearing the red-haired female pirate's words, the other pirate leaders present could not help but fall into deep thought. Many of them had a slight light in their eyes. Yes, the half-elf first mate's power was already very high. He was in charge of the most prosperous Eastern Sea route, and his warships were much more than theirs. If he still contributed the most in this mission, according to Sir Soren's style of rewarding meritorious deeds, it was very likely that the territories near Shipwreck Bay would be handed over to him to manage. The pirate leaders present all had some thoughts in their hearts. They all wanted their own territories to be bigger, more men to have a higher reputation. If they could take down the west coast, it was equivalent to opening up the route to Arendelle. This was also a rich territory, and it was not much worse than the outer islands in the Eastern Sea route. If they wanted to go further, they must make greater contributions. From the north of Shipwreck Bay, there was a big cake. If they took it down, many of them could become pirate leaders in charge of a region. What's your plan? The first person to speak was Scarface. His strength was greatly reduced because of the fall of Snake Island. Even if he later defeated the pirate king Ashrod, his territory was still the least among the other pirate leaders present. So he was the first to respond to the red-haired female pirate's plan and said in a deep voice, It's not that easy to deal with a regular navy. We must make a detailed battle plan. The red-haired female pirate smiled when she heard that. She then turned her gaze to the other pirate leaders. Obviously, many people were already moved. The benefits of the West Coast were big enough. Their status was not as high as the half-elf first mate, but they still wanted to compete. Now that there was a chance to make greater contributions, they were naturally moved. Who was the half-elf first mate? At that time, he was just a pirate sailor under the red-haired female pirate. Because of Sir Soren's promotion, he became the first mate of a ship. But what about him now? He was in charge of the Eastern Sea route alone. There were thousands of pirates under his command. There were also hundreds of warships of various sizes. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was above tens of thousands of people. The other pirate leaders present were the first or second in command of a pirate force. They might not really be convinced by the half-elf first mate. The red-haired female pirate, Adele, had always wanted to compete with him. Soren was quite cruel to the pirate leaders under his command. If they wanted to suppress the half-elf first mate, they had to make greater contributions. Arendelle. 3 days passed quickly, and Soren's figure once again came to the port. On this day, Arendelle seemed a little different because there was a strange fog near the port. This made others a little surprised and even alarmed some of the witches in the palace. However, they did not find anything. The port was also quite peaceful today. Everything seemed to be the same as before. However, at the bottom of the sea in Arendelle, a huge shadow gradually approached and finally stopped at a certain place, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Soren's figure gradually walked towards the sea. He stepped on the sparkling water and moved forward. When he got closer to the deeper parts of the sea, a huge black shadow appeared under his feet. The first thing to emerge from the sea was an extremely sharp-boned spur, followed by a huge and ferocious back. Soren stood on the head of the mutant killer whale and gradually entered the deeper sea as it swam. Rumble! The sea in front of him separated in all directions. A black mast broke through the waves from the bottom of the sea, and then the ghost ship rose from the bottom of the sea. The surrounding fog became thicker. After the battle with the pirate king, Ashrod, the ghost ship seemed to have gained some kind of improvement. The number of souls it bound had increased a lot, but there were no more obvious changes. It seemed that the death energy was not strong enough. As a kind of living undead, the ghost ship was a living machine, which meant that it also had the potential to evolve. Soren's figure flew out and landed on the deck of the ghost ship. Pada, he gently landed on the cabin, then raised his hand to take off the black cloak on his body and said, "Full speed ahead." Haha. The ghost ship moved, and the ghost ship's sail opened automatically. The ghost ship broke through the waves at a very fast speed. Strange howls sounded, and the souls bound on the ghost ship seemed to have a hazy shadow. They move around the ship like ghosts, making the ghost ship's speed even more amazing. This was a battle that belonged to one person. Soren was ready to fight the navy of the southern island country and the Vrykol pirates of Iceland alone. P.S. That's all for today. Chapter 379. The sky was clear for only one day. The next day, there were dark clouds again, and it looked like it was going to rain again. Soren stood on the mast of the dead man's voice and looked at the sea in front of him. On the side of the ghost ship, there was a huge black shadow. At the moment, it was undulating in the waves, and only a shadow could be seen. He looked forward silently, as if waiting for something. Soren had always been a very patient person, so he waited very calmly, but his eyes occasionally looked up at the sky. Rumble! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, drops of rain fell. At first, it was just a light rain, but soon it became a rainstorm. Deep sea diving. Soren finally showed a smile, but it was cold and cruel. He gently waved his hand, and the undead on the deck quickly moved. In the strange whispers of the ghost siren, the dead man's voice began to descend, and the whole ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. The surrounding seawater rushed to the deck, and Soren gently jumped to the rudder, and then let the seawater completely submerge him. The seawater poured into the hull, and Soren's hair scattered with the seawater. When the dead man's voice finally sank to the bottom of the sea, he looked up at the sky. The wind and waves on the sea were getting bigger, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Rumble! The storm shrouded the sea, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. It seemed that the storm and rain had only stopped temporarily, and now it was just beginning. The sea was turbulent, but the bottom of the sea was quite calm. The dark deep sea could not block Soren's sight. The dead man's voice was diving hundreds of meters under the sea. He was calculating the enemy's position, and he had collected a lot of information before he set off. With his current reputation as the pirate king of the South Coast, the Thieves' Union would rather offend the southern island countries than offend him. Rise 300 meters. Soren looked around. There was a reef in front of him, and some fish in the sea, but because of the death energy, almost none of them wanted to get close to the dead man's voice. Mutant killer whales escorted around. Although the north coast was not as dangerous as the south coast, there were also some deep-sea monsters, and these deep-sea monsters did not seem to care about the blessing of the sea goddess. There were other gods in the world involved in the sea domain. For example, the god of the Vrykul people was involved in the sea domain from the pirate domain. The Vrykul people believed in a barbarian god, should be the only god of pirate, but one of his clergy was Vrykul of pirates, and few other pirates believed in him. The birth of this clergy was due to the fact that the Vrykul were born pirates and lived by plundering other merchant ships. Rise 100 meters. Soren looked at the surrounding environment and observed the movements on the sea at the same time. After rising to a height where he could vaguely see the sea, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Summon the fog. The undead to sink their warships." In the dark sea, a group of ferocious-looking undead appeared. They took the tools to sink the ship and slowly moved upstream, gradually approaching the sea. Boom! A thunderbolt crossed the sky, and the wind and waves shook the hull. "Damn it!" A middle-aged man in a Navy uniform cursed, then grabbed a corner of the hull and shouted, "All of you, work harder. When we get back to the port, I'll treat you to a drink." This damn weather. I said the storm wouldn't end so soon. In this weather, how can a fleet go out to sea? There's no need to send us out to patrol. A wave came crashing over. The hull of the warship shook, and the sea rushed to the deck. A Navy sailor stood unsteadily and hit the barrel, but he was not seriously injured. He just frowned and trembled in pain. What about the South Sea? The middle-aged man looked around. He didn't know when the fog had appeared around him. He couldn't help but curse again. This damn weather. How can it dance in a storm? Come on, light the torches. Don't get separated from the escort fleet. It was a very strange weather. Logically speaking, it was impossible for fog to appear in such a storm. So the middle-aged officer, who had been at sea all year round, intuitively felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Everyone be alert. This fog is strange. Maybe we've encountered a sea monster." As soon as his voice fell, a Navy sailor screamed in fear. Hearing his voice, the others were suddenly frightened. The middle-aged officer immediately shouted, "What are you screaming for? What did you see?" Boom! The hull suddenly shook. Many people on the deck lost their balance and fell. There was also a sailor who almost fell from the ship into the sea. Fortunately, his ankle was entangled by a cable. Black shadow." The sailor who shouted at first said with a frightened face, "What a big black shadow. It's bigger than the ship. It's there, under the water. I didn't see what it was, but there's something under the sea." The middle-aged officer's heart thumped, and his expression was a little scared. He murmured, "Don't tell me we're so unlucky to encounter a sea monster." Boom! The hull shook again. Now, everyone could see that there was indeed a huge shadow wandering in the fog. The ship was shaking because it had bumped into it. No, not good. Another exclamation sounded. A sailor who was drenched ran out and shouted, "The cabin! Water is coming in from below the cabin." Boom! The hull shook again. A sailor was directly thrown into the sea. He only had time to let out a mournful cry before he disappeared in the rolling waves. Buzz! Boom! The storm seemed to be getting bigger. The warship was still shaking in the waves. The waves made it look like a small boat that could capsize and sink at any time. Kacha! The sound of the keel breaking came from the hull. Then the warship shook violently. Finally, it turned over in a huge wave and sank to the bottom of the sea little by little. On the sea, incomparably sharp-boned spikes appeared one after another, and an incomparably huge shadow swam in the sea. Vaguely, one could see the blurry shadow of a pitch-black warship in the sea. "Help! Help! Someone help me!" The sinking warship did not immediately kill these sailors. In fact, many of them were low-grade professions. Their tenacious vitality allowed them to still swim up after sinking into the sea. But at this time, a black cable flew out of the sea. The black hole on the bottom of the sea became clearer and clearer. The cable entangled the sailors who fell into the sea and then dragged them deeper into the sea. Faintly, some humanoid monsters with seaweed-like bodies appeared nearby. They rushed over with a hideous smile and mercilessly slaughtered those who escaped the net. Dragonbone Island. This was an island occupied by the Vrykul pirates. It was said that a dragon was buried here, so it was called Dragonbone Island. The area of the island was not very large. It was estimated that it was not the size of Snake Island, but it had a semi-natural port because a steep mountain wall blocked the whistling sea breeze. There was a lighthouse built on this island. Basically, any port city would have a landmark lighthouse, which could guide the sailing ships. Even lighthouses in some places could guide ships to avoid reefs, greatly improving the safety of the fleet at night. Why haven't they come back yet? Above the lighthouse, a young man dressed in standard aristocratic attire frowned and looked into the distance. He said in a deep voice, "According to the time, they should have come back long ago." Rumble. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The lightning illuminated the sea in the distance, and the waves on the sea were getting bigger and bigger. "Your Royal Highness." Behind the young man was an old man with a white beard. He was wearing a delicate robe. He said in a deep voice, "They haven't come back yet. I'm afraid they are in trouble." Prince Hans's expression suddenly turned ugly. He said with a pale face, "A standard patrol fleet, a large warship, and 3 guard warships. Even if they are in trouble, how can they not come back? Could it be that Arendel's fleet attacked them? No. We joined forces with the Vrykul pirates last time to hit Arendel's navy. I'm afraid they don't even have the ability to go to sea now." This was the battle he was extremely proud of. First, he let the Vrykul pirates attract the attention of Arendel's navy. Let them think that it was just pirates who came out to plunder, and then he mobilized a fleet to deal with these Vrykul pirates. But what he didn't expect was that near the Dragonbone Island, they also encountered the main navy of the southern island countries, which was the fleet led by Prince Hans. The result of the battle was naturally needless to say. Facing nearly twice the number of enemies on their side, Arendel's navy was almost completely wiped out. Arendelle was so badly hit that it was basically difficult for him to assemble a fleet to go to sea again. Near the port, with wave after wave, a broken piece of the deck gradually floated to the edge of the port. The nearby defenders seemed to have discovered it and hurriedly shouted loudly. There were more broken pieces of wood nearby, and the waves washed them nearby. Rumble. Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Under the dark clouds, the waves on the sea were even more frightening. In the deep night, it was as if there was a terrifying monster silently watching the island, waiting to devour everything on it at any time. P.S. That's all for today. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.